All right, welcome everybody to the Myth Podcast, episode number 15. Today we'll be continuing our historical retrospective series and celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. In this episode, we'll be covering the Myth World Cup 2018 finals. I am GKG. I am joined by my co host Asmo, and we have several guests with us Dak, Arzenic, and Dantski. Welcome everybody.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Yep. Hey guys.
So,
Good to be
2018,
here.
I don't know. We're about to get into this. Dak and I have a very biased perspective about this year because there was a lot of drama going on for us this year, but maybe it was more chill for everybody else. Like the way I would kind of set it up going into this year was like 2017. I hosted the Myth World Cup that year. There was a lot of backlash from the community about me hosting. So I and 2017 didn't do well. It was a weak MWC. I don't really blame myself for that, but some people in the community might. It was like a low turnout year, I would say. Some MWCs just kind of end up that way.
Was that the
And
year they had four teams that year?
what's that on?
Was that the year they only had four teams?
Probably, yeah, probably. That was so we had Raffle was our team, which was basically it's basically considered a TMNT just with a different name. We just threw up a different theme on it that year, and we were doing a lot of mazzing during that period as well. And our roster is pretty stacked. Don, did you play at all in 2017? I don't remember.
Uh, I might have, but I don't remember which team I was on. Was that? I think that was the year that there was your team, the Rat King team. There
Yes.
was the third place team I was on. It might have been LSO's team, and then there was the random Garnish assembling team, which somehow beat Rat King's team once that year, which kind of messed the triple elimination up, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I tried to do triple elimination because there was only four teams, and I was trying to extend the MWC just a little bit, and then yeah, it didn't work out very well with the bracketing. So Don, you weren't with us yet in 2017, although in the year we're about to talk about, you end up joining us. But I think you were. I want to say you were mazzing with us. We were because you were still part of our like Maz group, and Asmo, you were kind of like the only one that like wasn't really fitting the Raffle Mazzer theme. Although you might have mazzed with us a couple times, but yeah, we were mostly just mazzing. I think a lot that year because we stacked pretty heavy and we weren't too concerned about the about losing to anybody really. Rat King's team was the primary threat 2017. Anyway, won't talk too much more about 2017. Going into 2018, from our perspective, Dak, Asmo, you guys will remember like the community started organizing 2018 very differently. Garnish, I want to say, kind of started it in the early time period of the organization for it, and then like a bunch of other people started getting involved. Paris ended up joining, and then it kind of spiraled into this what they called the MWCTO committee. Um, does anybody want to take a shot at explaining what the MWCTO committee was?
I mean, from what I remember, sorry, there might be some background noise for me today, but anyways, yeah, I think you're right. It just started as Garnish, and then they threw it together as Massive Community. I want to say it's like Tirri, Zach, Rat King. I don't even remember. There were so many freaking people on it,
I mean, there's even
but
Verminix on it. So do the map picks
oh,
earlier.
Verminex. Oh man,
Yeah.
no, but it just sounded. I mean, it's hard to make decisions as a committee with that many people. Hard to have direction, but I think it started like as the tournament went on, it ended up becoming like really two or three people are calling all the shots, and everyone else was just sort of a name that didn't do much, is what I remember. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. Like there was like 10 people in it, I think, when it was all said and done. Um, and
Well,
I
let's tie it back to 2017, like you were just
okay,
talking about,
go
right?
for it.
The one thing you didn't really mention there is there was a salary cap that was kind of central to some of the chat and some of the drama through the tournament. And maybe that salary cap was the community saying, hey, that super stack team, it wasn't fun to go up against the 2017 Raffle Masters or whoever, right? So it was another tournament where we attempted to level out the talent, and um, it led to drama. We can put it
And
that
it
way.
didn't really succeed in any way whatsoever. Because only 2 teams, I think, hit their cap that year.
Yeah,
Every other team was well below it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, it kind of succeeded in terms of
Yeah, I
hampering the
mean,
rosters a little bit,
yeah.
but
You could say one roster got hit and then none of the other rosters did. That's about it.
right.
Also noteworthy that like um, our team ended up organizing and joining like super last minute. I mean, there was a deadline that we like barely registered our team. I'm sure that didn't really matter. We had a good team. Like no TO is going to turn down our team registering. But like I just remember talking with our we basically TMNT was still formed together. We still had our Discord server. We were talking it out behind the scenes, like, hey, do we want to play this year? And like, I was very much on the fence, and I think a lot of the rest of the team was too. Actually, I knew that the whole I knew there was gonna be a ton of drama just like going into it right off the bat because of the salary cap and the TO committee, which coincidentally the TO committee was basically a bunch of people that were pretty opposed to us or me in particular, I guess. Like not our friends, right? So, I think a lot of our team was just like really busy too at the time. I don't remember the particulars, but I just remember we registered super last minute, and then ours, you rejoined your brethren with NP, so we lost you. That's the first time we didn't have you on the team for a long time, and so yeah, I mean we ended up still joining, but our roster, due to the salary cap and like losing ours, our roster was not like looking the greatest early on, I would say. We had famously, like, Olympus was an old myth friend of mine. He ends up coming back after a 15-year hiatus from the game, and he was like on our roster, right? Which that was a whole nother deal I won't get too deep into, but ended up not working out well. He played with us during the QR. Yeah, so there was a lot of drama throughout just us and the TO committee. Is like a bit of a power struggle, like some drama over like ratings. DAC, you end up like some people end up like joining the tournament later on, like during the QR, I guess maybe. Yeah, I think it was throughout the QR. And like the ratings started getting like really like they were already bad, but they got like worse as the QR went on, right?
Yeah, didn't the ratings originally weren't they rated by everyone at first? But then the people that joined were only rated by the committee after that.
Exactly. Yeah, there was like this one big, like at the start, everybody provided their ratings, and it was like the averages of everybody's vote on ratings, and then after that first big rating, when initial registration happened and the tournament was just starting, then there was stragglers still coming in, being added and signed up to teams, and they needed ratings too. And it's like I can't remember if they opened it up to everybody to rate, or if it was just TO committees. I don't remember. I think you're right. I think it was just the TO committee. They just kind of threw up their hands. Like they're not going to ask everybody to do ratings for all these stragglers, so they have to just kind of like internally do it. But then the problem becomes, in the beginning, the ratings at least were like kind of averaged out amongst like a lot of people's votes, like say like 30 or so odd people like probably voted on average maybe or so for most people's ratings then. But like the later people, they only had like maybe 3 or so people doing the ratings. So like basically whoever's voting on the ratings at the end of this thing can like really skew and like game the system, right, to make the ratings however they want. Like if it favors them to inflate this person's rating, they can inflate it. If it favors them to underrate them, then they underrate them. And Paris, I know, was doing a lot of those ratings at the time as well. So like I would say Paris and Zach seemed to. I didn't realize this initially. I thought it was Garnish that was still kind of leading the TO committee for like probably most of the QR. And then it wasn't until like somewhere in the middle of the tournament I started realizing that like Zach and Paris seemed to really be running the show. And like everybody else in the TO committee was just like, they're just kind of like there, but not actually participating much at all. And I remember even like asking, I remember talking to Rat King, because Rat King was on the TO committee and he was like capping his like the clear number 3 team, right? And I was like, dude, like, you know, you can veto, like, because I think the TO committee needed like unanimous votes on stuff or something, or maybe it was like majority rules. Like they're trying to
I'm pretty sure it was majority.
Majority, yeah, I think you're right. And I was like trying to get Rat King, you know, to like, you know, just like because like our team didn't have any representation on the TO committee, which was also kind of, it was so wild. It was Dak, dude, get in here, dude. Like, isn't it so like it's driving me crazy?
It was driving me. I mean, look, you're talking about drama from what, damn near 7 years ago now. Yeah, I mean, look, like the team felt hampered. It felt like you couldn't get a full roster together, you know? I remember the ratings being different. Asmo shared the ratings actually in the server a while back.
Oh yeah, I
And
can
they
pull those
looked
up maybe.
Yeah, they looked a little bit more reasonable looking back at it, you know? Living through it definitely felt different than looking back on it. Um, it was very frustrating, you know. And if there's one thing you can count on, gamers are going to game the system, man. If there's something there, if there's going to be a way to eke out advantage, they're going to do it. It's a tradition that predates MWC, that people are going to look for every little advantage they can get in the game, out the game, whatever. And it really felt like we were being jerked around a whole lot. And actually, this was the last MWC I played up until this last year, just because it really left a sour taste in my mouth. The whole experience did.
Yeah, and I mean, I ended up taking a 2.5 year break, almost 3 year break from the game afterwards as well. So for similar reasons, I can't say it was only because of this MWC. I had other life stuff going on. I had birth of my first child and stuff like that. Obviously, you know,
Right.
that was going to be probably the bigger factor, but still, it's all coincided as well. So for me,
Yeah. Well, let me just tack on too that, you know, to the people who are trying to make us quit the game, well done.
well
Right?
done.
I know.
Touche,
right? I mean,
good sirs.
Who knows?
Yes.
Who knows if that was the actual point or not? I don't actually think that was the point. I just think that people look to get their wins where they can, you know, regardless of the method to get there. And you know, it's fine. I mean, people are they're gonna play different games different ways. I get it. So I'm not here to smear anybody, talk shit on anybody. I will just say I was very upset with so many people back then. Just in the community as a whole, right? With the whole TO committee feeling it was unfair, feeling like nobody wanted this spirit of competition who had representation on the community. And it really took a lot of joy out of the tournament, which is unfortunate, you know. But again, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Let me ask this to Ars and Don in particular, since you both are probably the most neutral parties here present with us. Is it biased? Dak and I are pretty clear, I think, in our stance in this. Do you think we're too biased, or is it too strong of a statement to say that the MWC TO committee and some of the rules that were created that MWC were like clearly an attempt to rig the tournament against our team and get us to lose? What do you think?
Harsh, you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Well, I didn't originally start on your team in that tournament. I joined in the double elimination. So, I mean, in the QR, I just played. I think I played for Seeker's team a couple of random games. That's about it. But yeah, after I joined your team, I definitely felt like things were not fair on one team.
But you only felt it after you joined, huh?
It's probably because I wasn't paying that much attention. Because I mean, you mentioned your team formed late, and you guys were busy, weren't even sure you were going to play, all that kind of stuff. And this is also kind of a time where I wasn't playing regularly, wasn't even sure I would play either. So yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to a lot of the drama stuff during QR. But after that, oh yeah, I was paying attention after that. I mean, it definitely felt rigged from my point of view, because every other team I think had at least 2 representatives in the committee, and our team had 0. And when I brought it up to them about it, they said, well, it's not our fault none of your team wants to be in the committee. I said, well, I'll join. And then I got voted down, apparently.
I don't remember that. Oh, that's so interesting. I do remember trying to get you on the TO committee, Dant, but that was before you joined our team. Just because I thought, like, you're like kind of seen as one of the most like trusted and like neutral, like friendly, players in Myth, I would just say.
I mean, there's a reason why Zach always asks me to be public about my opinions about his map releases. Because sometimes his maps are actually fine. And I'll say they're fine. Even if they've got weird units.
Right.
But yeah, I think my main gripe with the I had was, one of the ratings of a certain player in the finals should not have been what it was. I'll say that was my main issue with the committee or tournament, really.
Okay, so I have the ratings on my screen that I think should be showing on stream. Don, I'm just gonna take a guess. I don't know why you don't want to say the name, but I'm gonna guess.
I want to see. Does everyone think they know who I mean?
I think so.
I think it could be 2 players, but I think the one you're talking about is probably Zell. But I also think it could be Migraine as well.
No, I was gonna say Rabican. Rabican.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I was gonna say Migraine.
Really, where's Migraine? I don't see him on the list.
2 something. I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
Well, I'm wrong, aren't I? If you don't even know where Migraine is on the list.
He's 2. Man, I got it.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, like, didn't Migraine come like back from like at least 5, maybe 10 years of not playing or something? I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, but this is
2008 is the
2018.
last one I remember. So probably 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, one person I was mainly talking about was Zell, because obviously
Yeah, well, Zell has always been underrated in every single.
Yeah, but I mean, he was always
time.
good if he wasn't the elite, like top 3 in NP. He was still always a very good player.
Yeah.
And he came back, got rated 2.4 somehow, and
yeah, I have to admit I don't remember anything about this whole thing. Like, I don't remember at all about the committee shit. I think I wasn't really active in the community at the time or something. Because I don't remember at all.
Actually, you know what? Look, I think there's actually a name on here that's even more outrageous by far than all the other names we've talked about. Anyone want to take a guess? It's maybe not one that you would expect, but
which list are we looking at? The one that you have on your stream at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think we talked about it, Dak and Asmo. I think we mentioned this name briefly in a prior conversation privately. But the name I'm thinking of is Olympus.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's Cruniac being that high.
No, Cruniac's solid. But like Olympus, 2.9. and he's coming off of a 15-year hiatus from the game. You know what I mean? Like it's like he was rated higher than Zell, Migraine. Like you can say that those guys were inactive, but like Olympus 15 years, and just because like nobody can convince me that if Olympus was on anybody else's team, that he would not have gotten a lower rating than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he'd be lucky to get a 2, I think.
Right, exactly.
Because, I mean, how many of the community doing the ratings there even knew who Olympus was?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like 15 years, like literally 15 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's always the problem if you like have to take into consideration like the let's say rust factor.
Yeah.
Because there are several that I think look quite low, but I think it was because of how inactive they were. Like Ska is 2.5, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Same as Cell is about the same. So
I felt like Rabican was pretty underrated here too. Like I get that a lot of these players are inactive, but hard to. I think Rabican also joined late, if I'm not I could be wrong about that. I'm not going to say because I don't remember. But
yeah, unfortunately, Asmo isn't here to tell us about that. But
yeah, Asmo had to step out, by the way, just for the listeners.
I just want to give you a warning, GKG. If you set me up like that again to tell you about who you think may be overrated or underrated on the list, I may go dump gasoline all over everything. We can start a whole lot of drama today if you want to start a whole lot of drama.
Yeah,
today.
I mean, this is what happens with community ratings is like, I feel they're always done very poorly, in my opinion. Like most people don't know how to properly evaluate players, in my opinion. I've been pretty vocal about that over the years. And I think as the years have gone by, I think it's kind of been shown that there's been a point. I've had a point, I think, over the years, whether people want to admit that or not. Like that, this is what started TMNT back in 2013. Was like the whole premise and theory behind TMNT was that there are certain players. It kind of reminds me of like that movie Moneyball, talking about like how to like look at statistics in baseball to properly evaluate players, and you'll see how some players are massively underrated. That was kind of me in my approach to TMNT. Was just like, there are some players that you put them in, like, sure, in like a 1v1 or small 2-team environment, like that's how people are evaluating players is under that with that lens, but then they don't appreciate how different the large team environment is. And I just could see how some players, namely all of you here, basically were like really underrated as team players, even if you weren't quite recognized as like top. Like there was a very big difference between the BC skills and team skills, I would just say. And when you're talking about MWC, you got to rate people based on it's a large team tournament, not a 1v1 tournament. That's just my my little spiel. I'll shut up about it now, but yeah.
Sorry, as long as you're on that screen, I'm going to call out August being a 1.5. It's pretty ridiculous.
Oh yeah, we talked about that too. That's so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, like did he play at all?
I mean, even if he didn't, did he play in 2018? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, did he play in like the past 10 years, even before this?
No,
because I don't remember.
For sure, 10 years, because he was on TMNT briefly in 2013. So yeah, you're right, Dars. I think it had been a while for sure, but still, like he was like borderline 4-baller. You don't go. I don't care how long you've been from the game, and it was only like at most 5 years for him. Like you don't just assume somebody's a 1.5 baller that used to be a 4-baller like just a few years prior. I don't know. That's just me, right? So
yeah, I don't know how these ratings went at the time. So.
I've had a few theories over the years.
Well, preach. Cook. What you got?
No, it's okay. It's the exact same thing as we've been talking about.
Okay,
I think
right.
I think it was just meant to sort of disadvantage a few teams, gamify to advantage a few teams. With Zell being an example, the comp mentioned previously, right, of a low rating. And again, totally fine. I also, it's been long enough. I'm no longer angry about it, right? I was pretty angry about it back then. I will say, GKG, you and I diverge here. I think I'm more with Asmo on this. I think drama can be good for the game, good for the community too. So it's not, all bad. I still see a silver lining in it, and that it created some drama. It just was a little bit too much. It made me want to freaking disappear.
Yeah, I mean,
for,
if we hadn't said
years.
anything, if we hadn't said anything at the time, we'd just gone along with it. No one would have really cared that much about finals. But this generated more interest on our side and their side, probably, in the final.
Yeah. I would say overall these ratings look exactly how I would imagine they will look if you have a group of players do this, because you are never gonna get ratings that everyone agrees on. But I would say on the whole, these are basically what I would expect to come out.
No, I agree.
Not saying any like rating specifically, but like the overall view of these. I'd say this is pretty much what I'd think.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like whenever you do community ratings, like I have a good idea of how they're gonna go, and like it's very much like it almost becomes a little bit of a popularity contest. I mean, it reminds me of I think I was rated. I can't remember what year. I want to say it was 2009. And I remember I was rated like 3.5 balls, and I was like, I really don't care. I just found it amusing. It was like very amusing to me. Like I was clearly getting hate rated, right? So
Well, was that a year I was doing ratings? It might have been.
I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, like it's what it is. What it is. To your point, Dak. No, I agree with you. Like, yeah, you need some drama, fine. But like, okay, like I guess it's like this. If you can imagine like gaming drama or like competition drama on a spectrum, and on one end of the spectrum you have like WWE and like MMA, like tons of shit talking, can get very personal, like literal like fists flying, between competitors. Or and then on the other end of the spectrum you have like chess, where like everybody's dressed in like suits and ties for their competition. You know what I mean? And like it's like everybody's like being very gentlemanly or whatever. There's a balance in there, I would just say, right? Like I prefer neither one of those extremes on either end of that spectrum, but I do think there's a balance. 2018 was too much for me, and really I just think like I was worn out. Like after all the 2017, I genuinely tried to get past all the drama by hosting, and I couldn't. People did not, and I, that's people were not gonna like let that shit go, which I totally get at this point. I didn't understand it or appreciate it, I think, as much back then, but I do think it's important to have like a trusted neutral person that's kind of TOing, and I don't fit that bill. Totally understand that. But after 2017, like I was really trying to get past it, and then with this shit going on in 2018, like I was just done with it. Even coming back in like 21, 22, I really try to just stay away. Ever since I've come back, I've tried to stay away from it. I'm just like pretty much over it. I got too old, man. Like you reach a certain point where it's like, man, are we going to keep playing these same freaking drama games from like 15, 20 years ago? And like, we're all pushing like 40 something years old, a lot of us have kids and shit now. It's like, I just felt like I was too old. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just think I have a higher tolerance for it, and I kind of appreciate the trolley aspect more than other people. And again, you're going to find that with different people have different tolerances, different appreciation for it. So it's not about right and wrong. It's just about where on that spectrum between, WWE and playing chess in suits and shaking hands afterwards, like where on that spectrum do you fall? I just fall more closer to the WWE side than I guess the suit side, and I think you're a little closer to the suit side than me anyway. Don't know exactly where on the spectrum everybody else falls, but I appreciate a little bit of drama.
I mean,
There's definitely a tipping point.
As someone who's certainly got plenty of cred in the drama space, it's funny to say that I would lean towards the suit and tie, chess competitor. Like, my reputation doesn't fit that bill. I would just say, Dak. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I'm just talking relative to me, right? Like, I'm a lot more trolly than you are. There's no doubt about that.
Trolly, yes, if you're gonna use that specific term, but who's been the bigger shit talker over the years? It's a different type of shit talking, not pure trolling, but yeah. We each all have our own style to the drama game, right? So
yeah, exactly.
We will dip into the films here shortly, because I know ours has got to go, in probably an hour and a half or so. But before I do that, I did want to ask a couple questions, particularly for ours and Dant. And if there's, I don't know if anybody else, while I'm asking the questions, if there's anything else, anybody wants to bring up or discuss or ask, chime in for sure, because I don't like to be the only one talking. But so question for ours first. So I'm putting you on the hot seat here, ours, and you're gonna try and find a way to say that you don't remember, and give me a very political, just get out of the answer. Like, I want you to try to give me an answer on this for real. All right, so you left. You didn't. It's not accurate to say you left our team. You just didn't return. You were still in our Discord and stuff. But NP was organizing. They organized before our team, and they asked you way before we did about returning. Were you? How do you compare and contrast teaming with NP versus teaming with TMNT, and how would have it played out if we had organized earlier? Do you just join whoever's the first person to ask you, or did you really? Does NP just always take the top spot in your heart? Are they more fun to play with? Compare and contrast our teams for us.
Well, for this year, I'm quite sure the one and only reason was that Rabican came back to win, because he's a fucking hilarious dude, especially in the voice chat. So I just couldn't pass on that. So much fun to play with.
Is that because he can talk a lot of shit in Finnish, and it's just more fun with the Finnish vibes?
Well, he has a very unique style, let's say, in humor, and very sarcastic kind of guy. And well, of course, he talks shit to us if we fuck up, but of course, and also contrast to that, he also very freely admits if he fucks up. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's just, I remember this from this tournament, that I think Rap came back from pretty long hiatus, and I couldn't pass on the chance to play with him again.
Gotcha. Yeah, because he's not as active, and it could be you never know. Back then, you never know if that might have been the last opportunity to play with him too, right? So.
Yeah, and maybe Asmo remembers him. I'm not sure if he's around at the moment, but I think the team forming started with Rap and then we added Asmo and a few others because we didn't have enough players. And then in the end, Asmo kind of actually was, let's say, pretty key member in the team, or was quite vocal about the strats and things like this. I think he capped also when we built it.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, network error.
Oh yeah. Okay, the recording was not interrupted, so that's actually more important. So that's good. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I forgot. Why is this not? Oh, this is so wild. Everything works except the start streaming button won't start the damn stream again, and I don't know why. We might have to just. We.
It was down before that. I noticed at Bungie. I thought it was my end. At my end, like yeah, me too. That's why I did a refresh on it just to make sure. Also, Crypto's
Yeah, it's you know what? It's just not working for whatever reason. Oh, what the heck? Hang on. There's something else weird going on. Hang on. We're gonna go with the recording because I don't want to interrupt it and break it up. Then I have to do more video editing. There's probably only like a couple people that are watching the stream anyway, so it should be. Oh, I'm surprised there's even 8. Wow. Okay. Whatever. They're just gonna have to wait. They're just gonna have to wait a few more hours. It's it's not a big deal. Yeah, we definitely should talk about that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he came in later. And Limp, I don't remember how that went. I wonder if that yeah, maybe because I was thinking that I don't remember teaming with Limp.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I was surprised that I saw him in the players list, so maybe he's a sub.
This is what I remember. Just to correct a few things. Well, just what I remember, which is a little bit different than what was said. I remember Tirri being kind of the forerunner of organizing the NP team rather than Rabican. He did get Rabican obviously and get everybody together, but I think it was Tirri that really because he was on the TO. Tirri was on the TO committee and Tirri put in a lot of effort that year in particular, getting the NP crew back together. So, and then with Limp, I think he was observing like the first half of the match here, if I'm not mistaken. And then when we get Kirk, you'll see Kirk start playing the last few games. And when Kirk starts playing, I think Limp starts playing too, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm watching that stream, and at least he has units already in the first game.
Limp does? Oh.
Yes, at the very least, he was a sub.
So he's subbing for Rabican? Oh no, he's subbing for Asmo? I don't know. That's so weird.
Because Asmo couldn't make it, so again, I don't want to, spoil too much for everyone here. Yeah, okay, let's go back to that when he comes back. Yeah, we can go back to that. But Limp was subbing for both games. Kirk was on our side watching and was not allowed to sub for salary cap reasons.
Oh, I'm confusing Limp with Adrenaline. Adrenaline was watching at the same time as Kirk. Yeah. So I'm guessing what happened was Limp was allowed to sub for Asmo, I think. Agreed. Yeah. Totally agree with that as well. Very bittersweet. Yeah. Yeah, I actually just double checked. So this is what happened. I think I remember this now, and it seems to match up with the ratings. Limp for sure subbed for Asmo. They're the exact same rating, 3.8. And so the rule was during that MWC with the rating system was that you could sub anybody at the same rating level or lower, right? So that's why, and Limp is it makes sense to me. Limp would chomp at the bit for that opportunity to play on the NP team to try and beat my team in the finals, right? Like Limp loves getting into the finals anyway. He can anyway, right? So, yeah, that's what happened there. I think when we see Asmo come back, I want to say Limp won't get units anymore because of that. So, but we'll see. Um, what else was I gonna say? Oh, last what is at okay. Um, so last question for Dant. So this was famously the year I finally got you to team with me. Like this was the third time asking, and like we needed you so badly. Like we were like screwed, dude. Like so screwed. Like uh, we had to get rid of Olympus. Like we again with the salary cap. Like so we're going at the end of the QR, right? With the salary cap, we could only have 6 players, right? And so that put us a player down against everybody else. So we were always having to play short a player. So it's like always 6v7, even against NP, a full NP roster, which is again just crazy, just whatever. Anyway, we were like screwed because there was like looking at the available options of how we had to finagle our total team ratings to be under 25 balls total for 6 players, and like basically it worked out that we could barely squeeze in your rating, or we could try to like do two ballers, which would like be worthless to us basically, right? Or otherwise it was going to be somebody in the middle, like some 3 baller, but like there's just no good options, nobody that was going to jive well with our team on a short period of time or anything like that. So like we were like super desperate mode because like it had to work out where you were gonna say yes and join our team, otherwise we were like totally screwed, and I have no doubt we were gonna lose the tournament had you not joined. So yeah, like I remember having a conversation with Asmo. Again, we were gonna talk about it more when Asmo's back, but okay, Asmo says he'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, so just a brief for the audience, Asmo ends up leaving TMNT at the end of the QR to join NP's team so that he gets an opportunity to captain a top tier team, and he can captain against me. And whatever, I'll wait for the details on that when he comes back. But I remember having a conversation with Asmo like, hey, our team is really hurting without you, because once Asmo leaves and we're dropping Olympus, we've like opened up some space on our roster, but we really need. Oh, that's right. So it was Asmo and Olympus both leaving, and we needed to replace them. I think both. I think is what happened. So maybe we didn't play 6 players for the QR. Maybe it was 6 players plus Ollie. So maybe we still had 7 players in the QR. I'm not sure. Anyway. Oh, okay. That's what happened then. Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. Yeah, that's right. Cause you joined later. That's why your rating, you had a weird rating. Yeah. I remember it too. Cause you got a weird rating later. Yeah. So, So that makes sense. So it was Dak was going to replace Ollie, and then we needed somebody to replace Asmo. And I told Asmo, I was like, look, Don doesn't really like me that much. Can you ask him for me? Because maybe he'll say yes to you rather than me. And anyway, Asmo, I don't know if he had a conversation with you, Don. I don't know if you remember anything, but I was just super desperation mode, and I was just kind of like, screw it, I gotta try and ask Don and just pray. Like, third time's a charm. And thankfully you said yes, but no, no. Dantski, top player, not desperate in that sense. Obviously, we'd be like super stoked to have him, but like desperate in the sense of like Dantski's already turned me down twice before, and I don't think he's gonna. It just wasn't looking good, right? So. Oh, nice, nice. So yeah, I'll read it out. So Asmo messages Dantski. So I joined NP to make things more interesting for MWC. You should join TMNT. I feel bad. LOL. Ditching my people. Yeah. So great. Asmo tried to stick up for us. Cool. Asmo's fully back. Asmo, we were just starting to get into how you abandoned your comrades on TMNT in the QR. Yeah. Yeah, go. Yeah. Go ahead. You, you don't want me to go into it? I'll get into it because it's really not that big of a deal, honestly, I feel. And I don't want to leave it at just what Asmo said, because that makes it sound like TMNT like had internal drama issues, which I really don't think is a fair characterization at all. Like, that was our fourth year, or was that third iteration of, no, fourth iteration of TMNT, pretty much. And the team has always been rock solid and no team drama really. So what Asmo is alluding to is, again, we only had 6 players on the team. So Asmo, we had this conversation already, and when I say it again, I really think this was all in your head. Is all I'm going to say. I think I told that to you before. Asmo felt slighted in the importance of his roles and units being distributed to him compared to HMP on the team, and he felt that he was a more senior player over HMP. Is that fair? Or if you don't want to respond, Asmo, that's fine. But oh, Olympus, okay. Okay, it was a combination of those two things. Yeah, okay. That's great that you brought that up, because I actually did not make that connection. So yeah, Olympus and the QR was a disaster for us, and yeah, it sounds like Oh, that makes total sense, Asmo. When I think about how I was probably setting up the squads, like of course I would put you with Olympus instead of HMP because I need somebody who's going to talk more and like I needed you to basically hold Olympus's hand more. I think is why I always teamed you with him on the flank. And yeah, it was disaster. I'm sure you were as frustrated as I was. You may not have even known if Ollie was going to stay on our team after the QR. Which if you believed that, that would give you more reason to leave. I think probably. But yeah. So it was a combination of those two things. Yeah, you and I had a conversation, and I was like, totally get it. I wasn't like upset at the time. I was upset more at the circumstances of like the TO committee and things like that. That was what was frustrating me more at the time. I understood what you were doing, and as I told you then, I totally understood it because I did literally the same thing in 2011 or 2010, I guess, by leaving NC when I teamed with them in '09 and going off to do my own thing and wanting to captain against them. So totally understood it. Just as a competitor, I respected it. It was fine. I don't think you felt that I was upset with you in any way about it. Really, I think I was pretty understanding. Is that fair to say? I'm sure I was upset, but what I want to say is that it was more of an upset in the respect of like it's like the third thing kicking us down at the same like we've been getting kicked down by so many different things, particularly with the TO committee and roster salary caps and things like that. That it was just I was frustrated from the perspective of like trying to organize and lead this team and like just I'm having to deal with and then the Ollie thing too. Like oh my god, there was just so many frustrations. It was more like I was frustrated about this being like one more thing to deal with, but I don't think um, like if in other words if Asmo had left in uh, under other normal circumstances like I don't think I would have shown as much frustration as you're alluding to because it didn't have as much to do with him specifically. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ollie asked me to join the team, and I knew it was a terrible idea from the get go. But I think I gave him the expectation. I think I set the boundary right from the get go with him that like, hey, we can have you on for the QR, but no promises after that. I think I did have that conversation with him. So uh, we're about to, but I want to circle back around to Dantski. Dantski, what I guess what do you remember about me asking you to join us, and what was your thoughts at the time, if you remember anything from that? Maybe I had simmered down enough. Like I remember 2017, I was trying to be on my best behavior as the TO. Maybe my ego and shit talking had simmered down enough for you to tolerate my presence enough for on a team. I also wanted to. I just remembered. I remember when I had that conversation with you. I remember sending you a screenshot of some direct messages that Milkman gave me, saying like he basically said that although he talks a lot of shit with me publicly, he still really wants to team with me, and really enjoyed teaming with me the one year that we teamed together. And I sent that to you as like I was trying to like clean my public image with you. Like look, dude, it's not that bad teaming with me. Like see what people have to say behind closed doors, right? And um I'll just note that like Dantski ended up being the MVP on our team and got really involved in strategies and stuff. So like Dantski lived up to the hype as being one of the top players, and yeah, for sure, I think we would have lost without Dantski joining. We were like totally screwed. Really worked out great. Um, it's so funny too, Don, because like I felt like we played plenty of Maz together prior to this. No? Okay, interesting. Oh, after. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe you're right. We had played a little bit, but maybe not as much as I think. Yeah. Random tangents. I do remember one of Dantski's dummy accounts called Spot. Do you remember Spots, Dantski? Oh, interesting. I actually didn't know that or remember that. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I only remember it from the 1v1s because I was like, you ended up beating me like at least 2 games. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I thought you actually took a lead on me, but yeah, okay. It's close. I remember, and I was just like, okay, this is clearly somebody because like your play is so good, and like I was actually shocked. Like you're actually like a legit 1v1 or like you're like not recognized for that at all, but like totally legit 1v1er. Okay, interesting. Well, you were good that day, I guess. Anyway, or maybe just because I didn't know who you were. I don't know, but yeah, maybe that's funny. Um,
Goddamn dummiers. I've never dummied in my life.
I only dummied one time briefly for a few months because I got my main account got banned by Purple Eater. What was his name? Something Purple People Eater. It was PPE because I swore on the forums and he told me not to do it again and I did it anyway. He banned me for that. Anyway, Dot, question: what did you think of teaming with me and TMNT in 2018? After it was the only year that you teamed with us. Of course, we like started hanging out more since then, but that was the only year we like really teamed together. What do you think? Yeah, it was our first year using voice chat. Yep, for TMNT anyway. Did like did teaming with me like kind of was it what you expected or not really or yeah, that's probably very true. Yeah. uh did you say Adren? Yeah, Adren does that. Interesting. uh, that's funny. Yeah, I just want to say for the record, I've told you this before, but just for the record, I was like, I was actually pretty somewhat upset or disappointed that that was the only year you got to team with me because like I was super not happy with my capping performance this year. Like we just got done watching 2015, I think it was, which definitely I think was my worst year. Like that was awful. But I want to say like 2018 might be my second worst year capping wise. I did not do a very good job. So But yeah. There's some of it, but not all of it. I definitely didn't do good either. I don't think. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I was about to start it. Hang on. You gotta restart Myth again here. Shh. Well, I want everybody to load the film up if they can, but sure, I can stream it. Yeah, he's just missing game one. Yeah, just game one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stream it. I will stream it for ours. Yeah, let me stream it here. Good point. Forgot about that. Um, yeah. I'm about to load it up. So yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what I remember about this game is, I mean, spoiler, we get smashed pretty hard. But I also remember really feeling that 6v7. I mean, we just got done talking about it. That like it's like a guaranteed 2v1 or 3v2 on a flank somewhere, basically, right? And I just remember like really like I mean, we're up against a full NP roster. It was really tough with the player disadvantage there. So. I'm gonna pause at 0. I'm almost there. Interesting to see Cruniac in films again. Haven't seen him in a while. Oh, we got Eastwind. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, Asmo, can you talk about that? We talked about it a little bit while you were gone. I thought that Limp was just subbing for you because you both were 3.8 rated, and so you just no. Did he officially join the? Did he officially join the team? By the way, wasn't there another drama on this about the camera on the map being too zoomed in or something like that? And we tried to get it fixed and patch the map, and the TO committee, Zach namely, did not allow us to do that, I think. Wasn't there something like that? There was something about it. I can't remember if this version was the patched version or not. This was another thing that was like another drama thing with the TO committee. It was like, just let us play with the fixed camera on it, because like HMP had like hot fixed it, and there was some more drama over just even something like that, which was like kind of ridiculous. But okay, looking at these trades, I'm paused at 0, by the way. Looking at these trades, we opt for 5 dwarfs, looks like, and NP gets some thrall. There are Huron Guard heroes on the map, 4 Huron Guard heroes. Yeah, okay. I don't know. These trades look pretty similar to me, I think. Yeah, you guys got some thrall and we don't. That's seems to be the main thing. I don't know what we got instead. More dwarf, extra dwarf. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Trades are basically the same otherwise. Okay. You guys ready to start it? All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that's right. That was the other drama, was about the picks in the finals. Like, Zach tried to pick like 4 standard Bungie maps, which was like, if you go back, I remember I literally looked back in MWC history to see how common this was, and like it was such an anomaly. Most MWC finals maps had like 0 or 1 standard Bungie maps. He tried to put just like 4 of them in there and load it up. And I want to say, Asmo, you might have spoke up against it, maybe a little bit even yourself. So maybe there was some changes. I think it got reduced down to 2 in the end, basically. Yeah, I know you do. Well, I know what they're, in my mind, they were trying to rig it. Like, they were trying to make it so that I couldn't do any strategies against you guys. That's how I saw it personally. I can never like know for sure. Like, I can't see inside their minds what their actual thoughts or intentions were, but that's how I saw it anyway. So I got Cruniac and I on double lock squad. So right off the bat, you're seeing like Cruniac kind of getting very big crucial roles, and he loses a lot. Was that Cruniac? Yeah. So he loses a lock right away, unfortunately. So we're already down right from the get go. I I remember just like really struggling with just like I'm controlling double locks, and that was a really nice pass by Zell. So yeah, this is what I remember. I remember just getting overwhelmed. Like, we're just like short a player, so now I lose a lock. Yeah, I'm just like, we're getting like 2v1, 3v2 on this flank up top, and like we're really struggling to keep up with the sheer player count. Kind of. It was close, but yeah, you guys, I think your start definitely had some favorite, or we just didn't micro well enough or whatever. But yeah, you guys definitely got to mid a little bit faster, I want to say.
Yeah, not really that big a deal.
No, not a huge deal.
Water and no dwarves or anything like that. So usually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it's the first voice for a lot of people. I think it's the first year a lot of teams use voice. That was one of the big criticisms, actually, about me hosting MWC 2017 was that I was like a late adopter of Discord. Like I didn't have a Discord server set up for MWC or anything like that. Things were mostly ran off of I think it was bagrata.net or whatever that site was. Eastwind kind of getting a little out of position. He's like trapped. Zell's dwarf's got him trapped in that awkward spot in the water there. He's like, he's just stuck. He can't, I don't think he can get out of that. That counts for something, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and Dak, you had mentioned it before too, like we would have loved to play against this NP roster, but like why not under proper circumstances? Like we would have, if the shoe was on the other foot, we would have never allowed this to happen. We would have told the other team, yeah, just play a full 7. Like we're not gonna follow the rules. We'll let you play 7v7. You know what I mean? And that lack of kind of competitive spirit or whatever you want to call it kind of irritated. I lost some respect for some people, you know, from that. Because I know I would have never taken that. Like, I would never want a dirty win. I would never want a dirty win like that. You know what I mean? To ours is. I actually remember ours. You said something to the effect of like, "Yeah, let Kirk play" or something like that. Whenever that came up later in the match, I thought you were actually one of the people to say something. And I remember Tirri's response to it was like, "Meh." Like Tirri wasn't happy about it. I think Tirri was happy to keep playing 6v7. So. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Asmo, I remember you being pretty upset with me about that actually. And but I was just like, I mean, we had this discussion before. I was just like, I lose Eastwind if we reschedule for you, and I'm already down a player. Like, what am I supposed to do? What are we gonna do? We're gonna play short 2 players? Like, it just didn't make any sense. Yeah, like we're like fully pushed off the flag. We're down locks. We're down to 1 lock. You guys have 3. So yeah. Yeah, the game's. Yeah, no, MP definitely played well. Yeah.
Yeah, Cell is doing pretty well against Eastwind whole game here.
Yeah, I'll make a note.
Has him blocked in the corner whole game.
Yeah, I'll make note too that Eastwind was like really not active. This was part of the reason why we were so hesitant to sign up as a team this year. Is like we weren't even sure if like some people were going to be around. Eastwind was like pretty inactive by this point, and like he actually I don't think he played in the QR hardly at all, and he was super rusty this year. Really not. he's not the same Eastwind at this point that we all kind of remember as he's just too inactive and rusty. Well, I think it helps too that you also had proper capping and stratting, you know.
Our souls are doing a lot of work here compared to yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like mine were mostly AFK. Yeah, it's trying to qualify with a dwarf. HMP was able to kind of get around on the south a little bit, try to get some good position, but like souls versus or something.
NP saving plus for the ends, pretty smart. Yep. Yeah, this is actually fairly high level play by both teams. I mean, we definitely got outplayed somewhat, but yeah, I agree. Our melee push is not terrible.
That was a bit unlucky for you that the dwarf didn't get the shot off on Gekko's melee there and Raps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
They're having their own duel there. But it's all get rated 2 point something. Eastwind, that's what, 4 point something.
Yep, yep.
And again, like people are still more position advantage like that, but it's just it's additional like what the hell is going on with these ratings?
No, there's no two ballers in this game, probably, really, right? There's no two ballers, yeah.
I think I earned my 2 balls over the course of this series.
Official rating from the Myth Gods this year was 2.7 for your deck, so it's very official. you round it down. Trunk, right. All right, moving on to the next game. I mean, it looked like Tirri and Migraine had some good numbers that game. I think everybody on our team looked kind of bad. So. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, I do like this pick for us. I'm curious if they get souls. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
My first question, you were talking about the player disadvantage in 6 on 7, and we've got a map with like 30, I don't know how many numbers, right? Is it 30? 20? I guess 20. Okay. Oh, I was close.
I thought it was 25 or something. 25, I thought.
Whatever. It's some number greater than 20.
Yeah.
And this is where we have the player advantage.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I kind of disagree with you here, only because of the units. There's no like heavy micro throw or fetch or
That's true.
or dwarf heroes. There's only melee, souls, and plus.
That's a good point.
This is pretty straightforward to play with 6, even though there's a lot of flags.
Okay, interesting.
I'd say it's much easier than most of the dark maps, at least.
I would say the soul squads on this are crucial, and I think that's reflected in who I gave my soul squads to, which was Dantski and Kroon. I feel like Dantski and Kroon were my 2 best players to lean on throughout the tournament, and we end up getting a little bit more souls than NP. I do like our trade. Like I'm really looking going into this game. I'm really looking for us to get, because it's going to be a BC fight, right? For most of the game, I'm looking to leverage some kind of BC advantage using the souls to get over their team. And I like my two Solars against whoever on their team. I like Dantski and Kroon. Put Dantski and Kroon in my eyes against anybody, you know, with a soul pack like that. So. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked. So I'm a melee evangelist, but it also depends. It's not an absolutist melee evangelist. Not always, right? There's exceptions. Now in this case, the big factor here is that it's territories. If it was Flag Rally or King of the Map, I would not be getting souls because it's territories, and I don't. We're about to see what the game time is. I assume it's 12 or 14. It really doesn't matter. If it's 14, it favors BC even more. It's going to be a BC fight with territories until the last 3 minutes of the game, roughly, right? At the last 3 minutes, you start working for position. So it's all about trying to gain an advantage with a percent advantage through the BC fight. And whenever you're talking about a BC fight, that's what favors RD more. Melee is favored more when you can leverage the game type to win the game more so than the BC fight. So that's the big difference here. What were you going to say, Asmo? Looking at this with fresh eyes today, did I max melee? I'm only short 2 warriors. You could make the argument for like a handful of thrall as taggers spread around. Like that's the only change I could see here. I think otherwise I mostly keep this the same. What do you think, Asmo? Really? Oh,
I'm a huge fan of souls also on this one because they get so much advantage from the terrain. There's so much unpassable places like hills and deep water where they can kind of float freely around. And also it's one of the few units here that helps you kind of do a pinch in a place because all the melee is basically there's usually no rollback here because there's so much plus. So it's kind of all the melee is the same speed, but with the souls you can pass over the terrain and maybe like trap some warriors around or something like this.
I think I changed my mind actually, Asmo, because I think you're right actually. Because didn't we play a similar game as this, and I went max thrall? It's like a slightly different map, but very similar, right? Yeah. Okay, Dant remembers the map. Yeah, so Asmo's right. I take it back, and this is how easy it is to get it wrong. But when I look at my trade, what I said was what I was thinking at the time, 100%. So the reason this trade is actually still incorrect is because you gotta take the strategy one step further, which is like, can you the thing you should always question on even more BC centric game types like territories or last man on the hill is, can you run the timer out and get to those last few minutes where now the game type matters again? And can you do so safely while avoiding the BC fight? And so the answer to that in this game is yes. There's too much sunk water on the map. You can sink thrall and whites, and you can just sit on your side of the map the whole game, run the timer out, and then with max thrall at the end, what you would want to do is take all your fast melee and jugger on one flank. So you do a really heavy jugger just to get. The reason you do it on one flank and you don't split it up is because you want to push to just get in the backfield. You want to pierce to get into the backfield of the opponent with all your fast shit, and all your slow shit, which is your thrall, stay obviously on your home side of the map near your start. so that they're sunk, they're safe, and they only come out at the end. And now what will happen is you've really stretched the opponent out thin. They can't cover everything. And so you leverage that melee advantage still at the end to win on the flag tag. So I agree with Asmo. Asmo is correct on this. So.
Yeah, I don't agree personally with that. At least, well, it depends of course on how much the game time is. It's 12 or 10 or 14 or 8 or whatever. So that makes a big difference also.
I would make an argument with, so you're saying Souls are good here, ours, is that what your argument?
Yes, I'm a big fan of Souls here.
I'd say if the game type is 14 minutes or longer, then I'd start maybe
Yeah.
a little bit more.
True.
I think even with 12 it's viable. 10 is no good. I'd say 10 is I'd say the limit. But 12 is doable, I think, with Souls.
How many souls are we talking, ours? What do you think?
I don't know. I think our soul amount is okay. Maybe 10 would be nice instead of 9, which I think we have.
I do think ours has a point too. It's really close, I would just say, because what we've never really seen is two competent teams that know how this is played out from both of those strategies we just described, go against each other and see how it plays out. Like we always encounter the problem of like one team doesn't really fully know how to execute what they're trying to do. Like, so for example, Asmo, the game that we were referencing earlier, Adren had a soul pack and he wasn't aggressive enough, right? And then also your team like takes a bad fight early in the game near a bunch of sunk thrall, right? Like that's just not proper execution, right? But to ours' point, if they did execute it properly, where like your solars just have to be really aggressive in an intelligent way.
They have to kill 20 points worth of thrall.
Yeah. Yeah. The souls have to get their value in the first 10 minutes or whatever, before the last few minutes of the game. They have to get their value, right? So that's the key there. I think both strats are viable. It'd be interesting to test it out how two teams that are competent in executing each of those strategies fared against one another. They're both viable, I feel. So I still think I favor the Thrall slightly, but I don't think ours is that far off in his point of view either. So let's kick. Yeah, that's true. The important thing to remember is you have to know how to execute each one of those strategies, and also how the opponent needs to execute from their perspective, so that you can play around it, right? That's the important thing to understand. All right, let's kick this one off. 3, 2, 1, go. I do, we're not going to see the Thrall strat play out. It's going to be both very BC focused. We just have a couple more souls than them. But I really like our odds, just like putting Dantski and Cruniac against whoever they have. I really feel confident going into this. I actually don't remember if we win this or not. So I thought we did, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think we.
Yeah, I remember having Tirri, ours, and Gekko as our heavy hitter, so I'm surprised Limp is 60% at this point. I don't know if that was my call or Rabican told him to. And I do know that, like, with the strat I did, I saw your strat from previous finals, and so my strat was sort of altered to hopefully counter yours. I don't know if that's why I got the extra white, because I knew you guys would be at maximum most likely for Tirri for most of this game.
Yeah, good point. I forgot to mention that, like, to me, it was pretty I didn't realize it until after this finals match, but like after this finals match, it was pretty obvious to me that like you were copying heavily prior strats of mine, which I did not begrudge. Like I actually was like, yeah, that's what everybody should be doing. So your strats were definitely like super hard to play against, because it felt like I was playing against myself. So it was tough. Okay, Dant taking an aggressive push because he's got the soul advantage. against Zell for the Soul Hill. Yeah, I don't like it either. I see. Asmo, do you think that was your call, or is that Rabican's? Do these like 3 soul squads?
It was probably me. I feel like I did almost like everything strategy-wise other than game one I mentioned. So it's probably my call. Yeah, in hindsight, I don't like either. I just put 2 guys on souls and just put an extra bully guy for getting the backfield and causing distractions.
I always tell people.
I might even put the souls on 1 person since we have 9, so that's doable with only 1 dude doing it, I think. But yeah, I think 3 splits is pretty bad.
The principle.
I like 2 over 1 though, because I feel like 1 that'd be really easy to run away from 1 dude the whole game. Like with 2, you can get more traps going.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The principle I always follow with this is same as archers is squads of 5 and 6 always, because you need the volley of that ranged like archer arrow line or spear line to be wide enough so that the volley can really hit shit a lot easier, and you can only achieve that about 5 or 6. When you want a little bit of a buffer too, because like when you get down to 4, it's still okay. You get like very exponentially diminishing returns the fewer you have. So you go down to 3, it's just you can't even hit it hardly anything. It's just too difficult. You want to create like a shotgun effect so that each volley is getting a hit. Could you imagine, like, people don't realize how, like, if you had a soul or archer squad that could get even just 1 arrow or spear off every time it threw a volley, like, that is gonna add up to quick damage. Like, it's a big deal. Like, so that's what you're always trying to gun for, is like just hit anything, right? We have good control of middle. Man, we're making a strong push here on that north. Looks like we're going to try and pinch that north maybe, which is Limp and ours.
There's still 1 group in the water with us, so on the right side. I don't know who that is. Yeah. Oh, it's
That's yeah. You guys are kind of trapped. We're setting up a really nice trap here on ours and Limp here. It looks like. I really like what we're doing here, and we got the whole team.
Yeah, we just keep running south the whole game. At least me, I think.
Yeah, we're getting our souls into position to kind of like hunt you guys down, and I really like what we're doing here. We got good mid control, and then we started maneuvering around the map really well, trying to set up our souls to get damage. Oh, 100%. No, I agree. Yeah, no, I think ours and Limp got out of position here, and we cut them off. And this is like a game-winning play if we can pull this off. If we can get it clean, it'll. Whenever you're talking about high-level tournament matches, it won't be like a purely clean like win, but like it'll set up such a big ball of momentum that it'll likely decide the game, right? So ours and Limp are doing a decent job running away. I do think I want to see us slowly use a little bit of pus if there's clumped warriors to start taking some kind of damage. We got. Oh, ours and Limp look like they're going to get away pretty cleanly. Oh, I thought we ended up hitting them hard there, but it looks like not. Dant and I are kind of trailing a little bit back. Maybe I think we're gonna go. I don't know what we're doing actually anymore. So ours and Limp get away pretty clean actually. I thought they were in a really bad position there for a while. I would have liked to seen us use a little bit of pus to pick off some warriors. This is very high level play, I must say. Yeah, we got HMP by himself south, yeah. Yeah, this is. Yeah, I agree. Your guys' whole team have him like surrounded on like 3 sides. That being said, like you're probably not going to kill everything he has without spending pus. It's hard to chase. Yeah, you need a goal pack to like really run things down, which you don't have much of on this map. So yeah, you can't. Yeah, exactly. HMP does realize like what's happening. He's trying to get the hell out of there. This is very high play from both teams, though. I really like seeing this maneuvering battle going on. Yeah. Tirri. HMP does a really nice job minimizing the amount of damage. Like he takes a pus. He only loses like a few melee, I think, in that. Yeah. That's actually pretty well done by him, minimizing the amount of damage he took. Yeah, dude, Dak, dude, I swear to God, that was like the best match I've ever seen you play. Like you were like 4-baller that for that moment in time. I was like, holy shit. So we're getting down to the last few minutes. We are down 6%. It's still going to be a close game, no matter how you look at it, I think.
I'd like to shout out myself for being below Kirk in the F7 chart, even though he has 0
Nice.
I've still managed 0 kills, 0 damage so far with 18%. So it's not a good sign. In the north, there's a mini scrimmage going on where the percents are probably going to be equal because the James is being chased down by the Asmodian.
Oh, you guys are trying to use a white north.
Not the Chris White. Hello. We still have, no, we don't have more hills. I'm just gonna call that ahead of time because I kind of know what happened there. I watched it yesterday. One thing that we did very wrong as this game goes into sudden death is redistributing units. And if we went through lots of Dantski percentages, yeah, I think I spared most of my shit here. I kind of remember being annoyed with this game because I ran around the map whole game, and then at the end game I spared most of my shit to other people and kind of didn't get to do anything. You guys did a fantastic job of redistributing, and TMNT did not redistribute very well at the end here.
It's also 6v7.
GKG versus Migraine, and you have sticks, and he has straight warrior, so you can be like aggressive with your bus characters.
Yeah, let's see what I do.
Can I correct you, Asmo? I think it's Migraine. Like, I don't think there's a need to. Yeah.
So Migraine spends his pus first, but he has no follow-up. I kind of bait his pus. And then I get a nice pus on him. Really nice pus on him. Now, he's going to try and counter this, but I don't think I'm going to let him get as clean. Yeah. See,
That might have won you the game. Because now you have a pretty big lead.
it's still close enough. I wouldn't say it totally won the game yet, but...
Yeah, but that's won like 10%.
But we yeah. And we do have like pretty... Yeah, I was about to say I got wide open control for that map side of the map, yeah.
Yeah, I think on the bottom right corner we are losing the fight also.
It's sort of hard to blame Migraine there. I didn't see what led into that, to be honest.
He could have played it better. He could have played it better. He should have ran. He should have never spent his pus. He spent his pus first, and I kind of baited it a little bit, and he didn't use it well, yeah. Right.
By the way, small pro tip: shoot an F8 to go friend foe on the mini maps a lot easier.
Yeah, the colors are pretty bad here.
Yep, I just did that. Thank you.
Were you talking about distribution deck? Does HMP not get the units or what?
It just as it went on, if I'm remembering this game correctly, and I think I think that Dantski had 14% and several folks had 3.
So like much later in the game, huh?
Don's at 15% right now.
Yeah.
18 now, so we got more units.
Oh yeah, someone gave him more. Interesting.
Yeah, I think you gave me melee throughout the game because I didn't actually start with melee.
Right.
Makes sense, dude. You're a gamer because the sorcerers get pushed off a lot.
And you just gave the sorcerer critical. I just remember looking at the Dantski a bunch of places at once and saying, "Oh man, we should really redistribute." I might be thinking of a different game though, because I didn't watch all of his replay last night, but I think he knows this one.
So who were the Solar Streets team? It's Cruniac and
Don.
Dantski, and who was the guys on my team? Rabican, Zell, and who else?
I think Gekko had 3. Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Interesting to see the same damage.
I think Dantski is gonna have a lot.
So I highly prefer voice chat over the in-game chat just for the nature and ease of it. And like we're talking right now without having to type things out. But it really sucks that the voice can't capture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
I would love to have the communication just so that we can know what was happening on both sides.
Totally agree.
Would be cool.
Yeah.
Now Dantski has 17%.
He has nothing. So
Yeah.
that'll be. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, right? Like Dantski's got 17, HMP at 1. We've got small melee, right? So it's doable. But it's just one of those things when you get units in so many different positions, yeah, you're even less likely to notice it. You need to assume more. Right, and then I don't know if like just because everybody was so focused on getting that. I mean, I don't know if anybody was missing saying free hands on voice chat or something. But like, you've got 17% of the army, which is crazy, right? And you're in a whole bunch of different places at once here. And I don't know at this point I'm literally going for a soulless versus stick buff on the flag.
I saw that. Yeah.
We should have done a better job of doing some redistribution here, I think. And NP did a great job of it. I feel like just from making sure that everybody had some.
I feel like Win that's taking a steer to
Yeah, he
Soul.
has these. That's a pretty good vet. So I think he should have taken the fight.
Well, even if he didn't take the fight, like now he's running away, right? That's bad. He should have stayed attacked there to make that whole percent, just have this fight for that one flag and not be able to spread out.
Yeah, totally agree. Yep. He turned around. Yeah, he turned around again.
Yeah, but the soul's already gone.
Yeah. True.
Let's also be real, like a 20-minute sudden death against an NP
Yeah.
they're probably having flashbacks.
Man, the percents are really close now again.
These twin lads with a massive arsenal of 4 club sticks of Tirris.
No. Can he do it?
Nope.
Yeah, the best point of the 17% difference is basically a move.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there was a couple of times during the sudden death where NP could have walked off and maybe won.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult map to like do the end game because flags change
Too many flags. Yeah.
all the time. So
Yeah, like what? Like when a flag changes, like hands, it's like resets the timer on the contest or sudden death or whatever. Yeah.
oh yeah, I think I remember correctly. I have 3 losses and 0%. spared out everything at the end.
Yeah, and again, I stand corrected. It was not this one, I guess. But I mean, Don still has a lot more than everybody else. But I thought we had a decent team right with Bungie.
Yeah, Don has good damage.
Yeah, well done, Don, being freaking very random.
Well, like it's like I said, Don was MVP like this match and the tournament for us for sure.
Some of the guys had good games for both teams, to be honest. Ruby and Zelda are still good games for this one. So, it's pretty
This was a very high level game, I will just say. Like props to both teams. It was very well played. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, like the surrounds from like both teams got a surround that kind of briefly looked kind of bad, but both sides get out of it pretty cleanly. So.
Okay, this might be my last game.
Gotcha.
This one's nice and quick cards. Probably on the order for this one.
Okay.
I do like this. I do think this will favor us. It's a tro map. I would expect. I always like myself on tro maps, and it's got tro fetch on it. So, I would think that I took tro on this. Oh no! Do I remember this? Oh shit! Oh yeah, yeah, I remember it too. We were. Oh my god! I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. We should have won. I will just say we should have won.
Yeah, I remember.
I actually have a few things to say about this one too, but we should get through it.
I did not remember this until just now. Wow. Yeah, I remember this now. Holy shit.
Like, it's not just the 6v7 on this one, but it's also what I had
So we got Tirri on Tro, Ars and Gekko on Fetch for NP. I'm almost yeah. I took Tro. I remember that. Kroon and Dant, trusty Kroon and Dant. Whoops. I'm at 11:58. If you guys can get there. Oh, did Dak get it? Oh, that's important later. Yeah, okay. Dak, couple fetch. Okay. So Dant had a couple fetch. Dak had a couple fetch. Oh, that's right. We did a 3-prong. That's right. Okay, okay.
Ram has 0%.
4-2-2 on the fetch for us. Split. 3 ways. I'm at 11:58. You guys ready to start it? There's nothing really to say about the trades. It's Tirri's. It's gonna be a BC fight. You guys get 2 locks. We won 0 locks. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Pretty sure we do it with 3-prong with like 2 light flanks, and then the rest is mid. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, these days looking at that, yeah, I agree. I don't know how I feel about it. I'd have to think about it some more. But yeah, like not ever. Whenever you have the tro away from the fetch, it's yeah, it's questionable. And it's Tirri's or Terry's. I feel like if this was flag rally, I would do like maybe arguably certainly at least a 2-tro split, arguably 3-tro split with equivalent fetch on each side. But yeah, with territories, it's hard to say. Definitely seems a bit questionable. Yeah. Okay, look at what Eastwind's doing too. I remember this. He overextends. Like he's north. He's not there yet. I think he's going to overextend later. And you'll see Dak on the south side. Pay attention to those flanks. That's important. So here, I remember NP's going to push us. I'm going to like kind of let them push. Okay, Eastwind's fine now. But okay, Dant ends up pulling off to help reinforce mid, which I think is the right call. So ends up being more of the fetch all mid almost anyway. So you got Eastwind matched up against an inferior force north. Like there's a lock there, but way less melee. And he's just not doing anything with it yet. Okay, here comes the battle mid, I think. Okay, we're fighting. I think I tell the guys to back off here because like I don't want to fight 6v8 on the fetch, you know? Okay. Yeah. You. I agree. You guys are setting up a good tro fetch push here. Got good mid control. Like Eastwind, I really would have liked to seen Eastwind kind of take out that north. Okay, here's a big engagement middle. I like my engagement here. Oh yeah, Tirri takes a really bad engagement. I'm way up on tro health right now. I remember what happened. I missed on the screen, but he ended up engaging Cruniac Stigs, which is a huge mistake. Stigs hit hard even against Tro, so we're way up. We're like winning this right now. Like, yeah, Tro and a half up really. Yeah, we're like we should demolish this, but you pay attention to the flags. Middle is one for us. Limp Spider tags the north, or south rather. And Eastwind didn't tag anything north. Nothing's tagged north. Oh, Limp's about to capture the last flag. Yep, there it is.
Oh yeah, I only remember this because Limp was talking about it.
Yeah, so this was like...
I was collapsing on mid from around the other side, right? So like I was coming around
Our whole team tunneled too hard on the middle. Like you see Eastwind, like he won that flank, but let them have both flags. And then Dak, you had Artie, so I don't blame you as much. You kind of brought your fetch mid, which I think is the right call. But I think HMP had some melee south. Where's... I don't actually blame you too much about it. I really think it's Eastwind and HMP's responsibility because they had the melee packs on the flanks, and those guys should have been all over it. Yeah, for sure.
Our one throw was dead.
Yeah, so that's what was crazy games. I was like, oh, he's still had a fast game there because I mean he retreated, but he did end up picking off the lock, right? Zell just like completely didn't see the Zerg to pick him off. So at that point, like he has the melee advantage. He doesn't have to worry about the lock. He literally just ran down Zell's melee because he had the spiders.
Right.
And if the trail go off from mid from our team to go support that, then like our mid's liberated, right? So like we won that game almost.
I remember. I think we were pretty pissed. I think I was pretty pissed. I'm pretty sure in voice chat because it was like I was like killing. Like I was in kill mode with my tro, right? And it was like all of a sudden game over, and I'm like, what? I was like in bloodlust mode here, trying to get all rack. I was about to rack up a bunch of damage, so that was like that hurt. Yeah, no, it's HMP and Eastwind kind of dropped the ball on that one, I would say. Yeah, they threaded the needle on that one. Yeah. Limp in particular, he got two of the flags that were key. So yeah, that was a big game for Limp. Limp's MVP, he got NP that win for this game by his play. So he picked up I think two crucial flags. Yeah, both on the southwest side. Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next one. Ours, head out whenever you need to. Leichen. So the last game was the game that we kind of gave up a win on our side. There is going to be a game later on that NP kind of gives up to us, so it kind of ends up evening out. I don't. Well, no, I think I gave Dantski the gen. Yeah, no, I like this for us because we got, yeah, Donski's got the gen. I do think our general. I think I would put Dantski up against anybody with general, so I feel confident in that sense going into this.
Yeah, I don't think our team really has.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like usually, like your big general players I think of are like Genghis, Adrenaline. Adrenaline's in the game, but he's just a spectator, and Ducky. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Like Donsky and Ducky are the next two names I think of because you both were like famous fetch ball players, you know. So you kind of it's a similar kind of skill maybe. Dante, that's right. I remember that. That's right. Yep. That's right. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So Asmo, you do the same strat that we did. Yeah. So no archers here for either team. Same trades. I'm at 11:59. You guys ready to start it? 3, 2, 1, go. So we got Gekko genning for NP. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that. I think Gecko's a good choice for that. Either Gekko or Tirri, I guess.
I actually thought that Rabican was going to.
Oh yeah, maybe. I wouldn't know. I guess
I think he sometimes did.
could make sense. Rabican was a bit of a Maz player, which I don't know. It's not really the same skill set, but I could see why maybe he might be good at it. So I assume we're gonna make bottle pus on our side. I usually prefer doing that. I see H&P grab one, but I think it's just for himself. Oh, NP's doing big bottle pus. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm surprised NP's doing more bottles than we are. So I almost always get bottle plus on this, I think. Oh, you know what? I can maybe the reason was because 6v7. I don't know. It starts to become difficult to micro everything. I don't know. Maybe that was a factor. Definitely would be nice. Yeah. I mean, people are kind of somewhat recording sometimes the games, and that helps a little bit, I guess. But as long as you get that audio recording, you can watch the film and sync up the time a little bit if you need to. Okay, Zell's maybe making a move on Dant. No. Yeah, that is pretty heavy. And is your general even up there? On the other side of mid. So yeah, that is weird. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's definitely nobody. You kind of just like everybody's just feeling each other out. There's no clear. Yeah, it's a very open kind of game. Yeah. NP's got a little bit more map control. No, this is definitely a more boring game, I would agree. I think everybody can agree with that.
Yeah, there's not much counterplay here.
It's basically like it almost plays out like Slugfest, right? Where it's like just a bunch of melee packs and dwarfs. So, but you got Pus and the Jenning added into the mix. Ooh, Daunt's almost getting a good shot. That could have been brutal. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, Rabican, Kroon's making a move on Rabican's dwarf middle. I don't think he's going to get it, though. Both his goals are red. Yeah. Don, why are you talking in game chat? I'm confused. Did your mic not work or something? Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
He doesn't really like talking much in voice chat.
Eastwind wastes a Pus in the south. Oh, yeah, Don almost had another good shot. Ooh, okay, gets one. This is looking like it's gonna be a tie.
Yeah. Our position is pretty good since we have you kind of pushed to your side of the map.
Yeah.
So, but I don't remember what happens here. You probably want to prep from the map again.
Okay, good call. Yeah. Maybe I should just do that the rest of the match. Oh, Cruniac. Yeah, Cruniac killed a bottle plus, it looked like there. And then Zell is, he's not really threatening it that much, but yeah. Yeah, and he's on a hill. He should be fine, yeah. It's close. It's gonna be close, yeah. He's gotta, it's gonna be close. Hopefully he can do something with that warrior. Ooh, nice little maneuver there, Zell. Did you see what he did there? He runs his warrior around so it doesn't get hit. That's funny. Nice micro. Yeah, it's really looking tight. Yeah, Eastwind does have a breakaway slightly. Ours is on top of him, but yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah. Ooh, Gekko picks off Donsdorf. Yeah, there's not enough time to really like clean him up and pressure our flag. Yeah, yeah. Gekko. I really feel like Gekko did a nice job this game with the gen. Yeah, Eastwind's gonna get cleaned up right now. Yeah. Gekko's doing a really nice job. Really nice job with the genning. I'm trying to go in on there on NP's flag as well. Whose dwarf was that? Oh, nice puss. Nice puss by Tirri. Gets a dwarf. Oh, they're gonna run down that other dwarf. Okay, we're looking it's kind of threatening our flag right now. Yeah, for sure. Man, things really turned around quick for us at the end here. Holy shit! It looked like it was tied, and now it's looking like we lose. That was a nice. I think it was just like the. How many players are there? So like a 3v2 maybe? Kroon and Dak against like 3 players. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, Tirri's got it. Yeah, I think we lost this. Yep. Yeah, it definitely looks like we lost. Yeah, shit changed real quick. It was like looking like a tie for almost the whole game. That's crazy. Okay, so we lost. Gekko, I think, really had a solid. Zell too. Gekko and Zell, really great games for them. yeah, we were just I don't know. Eastwind getting out of position there. Looks like you guys were able to get your units back in the fight in time, even after cleaning up Eastwind. So yeah. So Eastwind got out of position there. That was kind of a contributing factor, and it's still a relatively well played game all around though. I'm gonna load up the PT on the next one and let it run normal. I gotta take a bio break though.
Yeah, I have to go now. So
All right, ours. Yep.
was fun, guys. See you guys around.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. It was fun. See you, dude.
Bye.
I'll be back. Bio break. I came back. I'm not seeing the recording showing the game properly, so I'm a little concerned about it. Um, yeah, shit. Okay, let me restart some settings here because it's not showing up. Really hope that didn't get missed. Ah, man. Man, OBS is really acting crazy right now. I hope I can get it back running. Okay, I think I might be back in business. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I'm good. You guys still there?
Yep.
Yep.
What, did I miss anything? We're just talking about Asmo being upset about the scheduling, or what?
Pretty much. I guess Dak brought up there was some pregame chat where there's confusion in this game who was going to play not. So it was like all happening in the middle of PT. What if it was going to be 8v7 or 6v7 or what the deal was?
Yeah, it's the first game that Asmo was back. So this is where Asmo joins in, and then we get Kirk, it looks like.
And they get a Dren too.
No, Dren's just been watching the whole time.
Oh, really? Oh, was it? Oh, did you guys just had an extra player, so you were able to play. Okay, I must have misremembered that. I do remember it's still 7v8. I'm almost positive.
It is, yeah. So 6v7 before I join in and Kirk joins in.
Oh yeah, because you guys got 9 people on your team right now. Okay, yeah. Let me just zoom ahead here to 0 PT. Don, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah, so we have Kirk. Let's see here. So Limp. Okay, so yeah, so you guys get Asmo and Limp is still playing. Okay, and we get Kirk. Okay, yeah, and that kind of like allows like all your players to play. So yeah, so 7v8 is a little bit helpful to us, a little bit better than 6v7. Let's look at these trades real quick. Pretty standard. NP trade, like yeah, both teams get standard trades. No archers. That's what you would want to see. I remember being impressed by your guys' strat on this. We'll see what happens. And I remember thinking that I screwed up my strat on this. So this is I'll just say this is like one of the toughest maps to strat for. I feel. I feel like if I was doing this today, I would do like a 2-prong, like with all the locks middle. Kind of spread out between middle and the far flank a little bit, and all the fetch on the near flank is kind of what I see me doing today on this. But I also feel like maybe there's something better than that, so I'm not entirely sure if that's like a 100% solution to the strategy on this.
Still wonder if you get the melee through middle in this map before the actual fetch get there or the locks get there.
Yeah, I did a strat like that for several years. In fact, actually, one of the earliest strategies I ever did was that strat on this map. Back in 2001 when I was on Kakra, that was, I'd almost say like I kind of like innovated it at the time. I don't know if anybody else did it, but like you would do a big fast melee pack straight through middle and try to set up a pinch on a flank with it. And it works. It was very mixed in how it worked, and today I wouldn't do it anymore. People started catching on to it, and eventually, like, they wouldn't fall for it so easily and let that pinch set up, and you'd kind of like walk into a huge middle and end up getting stops too easily, and then you just waste a bunch of time because then your melee pack has to go all the way around the map. So Asmo, do you remember anything about your stratting for this?
Shoot. Not exactly. I think we split locks between mid and south, and I think we sent like all our fetch one direction. I don't know. I honestly can't remember, and I just have to watch it.
All right. Let's hit it up. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I know that like I've seen your
Flag
strat too. Like we have identical trades here,
Flag
so
captured.
roughly like that's why we got the same trade. And then I'm sure in my mind I made adjustments on the strategy based on what I've seen you do in the past to try to counter it.
Right.
I say we have a player advantage here, but we don't use it to our advantage. I have 6% and Rabican has 1, so it's basically like a 7v7.
Right.
And I think that's because I joined last second and we didn't have strats written up for 8 players, so we're just doing things on the fly.
Yeah, I really don't like what I'm doing already with this. I have Crun and Dant on the fetch going middle. Oh, that's right. I think. Oh, I remember. So our strat was to try and gut check middle, and we put all our fetch through mid, and we were gonna try to push through middle.
Flag captured.
Right away, and what ends up happening is like the lock on the tower ends up scaring our guys middle way too much. I feel like we had enough mauls, and the fetch can block, especially if you hug the opposite far side of the map. The lock on the tower really shouldn't be that big of a threat. You can block that shot even from up high if you hug the opposite side.
Flag
So,
captured.
I clearly don't
Don't
remember.
forget to hit F8. Hit F8, GKG.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I clearly don't remember
Flag
what I did
captured.
exactly because all our fetch are going
Flag
north.
captured.
And I didn't remember that.
And then right here, I feel like if NP's northeast just crossed went into the backfield, they'd win. Because there's Tirri right there, and he's looking at my scout Zerk, right? But I feel like...
You don't think the melee goes through and takes those flags?
I think it goes back.
Really?
I don't remember.
I mean, I feel like it's an obvious choice to push with the melee there. And
it seems like it should, right?
Why didn't
Hopefully
we push this?
Pushing right now.
I don't see a lock on your tower at all. Why didn't I seem to recall we didn't push through on this. All our fetch are middle.
Well, we got some fetch falling back, but it's just 2. It's not 4. Ours is fetch are coming back towards mid.
Okay,
yeah,
I remembered wrong. Tirri is pushing through with a little bit. The 1 burn.
Okay, yeah, our fetchers are... I don't know. It's probably just a bad strat. I can't really blame the fetchers on this. Yeah, they're getting bogged down. There probably isn't much they can do, especially once ours comes to reinforce it anyway. So, yeah, it's really hard to push through on mid on this because, like, you end up getting, like, surrounded. You know, it's like it's really easy to surround a mid push on this. So
Your south's pushing hard, though.
yeah, well, we're trying to set up a pinch. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to set up a big pinch on your guys' middle and south.
Assuming we get VI, though, because you guys' back flags are just wide open right now.
No, I agree. Yeah. Dak's kind of hanging back middle, kind of keeping an eye on the tower a little bit, I think. Yeah, our mid push is like totally stopping at this point. And we're now not in good position, so... Yeah, I don't like my strat on this. I definitely like what you guys did more.
Can you guys just rush our mid right now, even with all those locks, if you just use the fetch for blocking? Maybe not. I don't know.
No, not really. I don't think so, because Limp's
I didn't see all Limp's melee
there.
there.
Yeah.
They were hiding.
Yeah. I mean, my guy, like, we're doing a decent job of trying to execute what my strategy was. My guys are pushing. I don't feel I set them up for in a good position. They're doing what they can.
HMP makes a smart call. I was wondering why he's retreating south, but I guess he notices the flag situation, so he feels like he's gonna have to guard flag through you guys.
Yeah, he's recognizing early on that we're gonna be VI'd here pretty soon, I think. Or he's trying to prevent the VI. Oh no, yeah, they got our tower.
Trying to prevent it.
Yeah.
No, we haven't got the tower yet, have we?
No, they don't have the tag on
You're
it.
contesting Dak's contesting it from the bottom, which is smart.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but they did take the tower. Oh, they took it briefly. Dak's about to clean it up. Okay.
Right. Yeah, it was just about getting.
Yeah, that's smart. Really smart play by Dak there.
We're up in BC and flags right now. Interesting.
Yeah, it was looking great for you guys for most of the game. Yeah. Ooh, Kroon's gonna. Okay.
That was so close.
Yeah. I was a little worried there.
Gekko, that's me and Gekko. We did a good job of staggering the shots, but he got the blocks off.
Yeah, Don and Kroon are both doing really great jobs with the fetch. Okay, Tirri is now coming. It's going to be hard for Dak to hold off those fetch. Well, do they melee?
HMP's fully coming to support,
They don't
though,
have
from the
melee.
south.
So Dak might be able to run down the fetch? I don't know.
Looks
Oh,
like
HMP's
Tirri thought
coming.
he could shoot up there.
HMP's
too.
coming to help, so maybe HMP can run down
Yeah.
those fetch.
Yeah, I'm assuming Tirri gets rushed and loses those fetch here.
Yeah, he's not in a great position right now. I would like to see your lock go up top, Dak. To start trying to get a shot from above. Dak and HMP could set up like some kind of pinch or run down those fetch. That would be a really big play for us. I do remember getting a little antsy with Kirk on voice chat because he. It was probably more my fault than anything. I just misreading the situation, but I did feel like when he came in, he might have been a little rusty.
Oh, yeah, he was for sure. Tirri made a good call there. He's backing out now.
Yeah.
I think if he pushed 40, he would have just got rushed and died, so it's a good call by him.
HMP
whoever
could still
made it.
get him, maybe.
He could, yeah. Probably will. It's 8 melee versus 3. We'll see how much damage he does.
This
before
game
he
is actually
dies.
a lot closer than I remember. I thought we like were clearly losing. Well, now we're starting to lose a little bit more, but
You are, but I want to see what the percents are once Tirri gets
Still
cleaned up
pretty
here.
close.
Assuming he gets cleaned up.
oh, what is? Oh, I don't like it. I don't like what HMP did there. Oh, I don't like what he did
Tirri
there.
played that well.
I actually think it was my lock that killed him.
Was
Wow,
it?
Tirri played that
Okay.
really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
So,
that.
and then I run on my lock.
man.
That was bad.
Oh man. Oh, the insane
Yeah.
merc. Tyrion's insane merc kills his own fetch. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's finally down, but that was a little sloppy.
5 minutes.
That
We
was
should
really
win this
bad.
game, right? 10% flag lead.
5 minutes to go though, and we're still up in fetch, aren't we? Yeah, we still have all our fetch, I think. So I wouldn't say it's close. You guys definitely have the
guess
lead. I don't think
We
it's
don't
like,
have VI though, I guess. is the
yeah,
big
no
thing.
VI, and it's still close enough.
Oh, I
But
feel like
both of ours is fetch red. So
who's are?
Ours. So
Ours.
your guys' last fetch are
I gotcha.
both one hit away. Yeah, we're winning the
Well, I feel
fetch
like
battle big time.
I feel like the
And
big
this-
mistake.
I want to say
we're
at this
making
point
here.
I'm also
Go ahead,
shooting
go
the
ahead.
tower as well.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
that.
I feel like a big mistake we're making here is we don't have the VI, and now we're playing full defensive. There's no way you're gonna win the game.
Yeah, we're
Without-
definitely going to be able to
you
get a
know,
VI
without the
before
VI.
you. Yeah. I
If
feel
we
like-
had the VI, sure, but with
Right.
not having 2 flags, we need something offensive right now.
Ooh, Kroon. Oh, man, Kroon is so good with those fetch. Nice blocks. Man. Really impressed with Kroon and Don in this match so far.
Yeah, we're about to get cleaned up south.
Okay, I
Lose
do remember
2 more
Limp.
locks.
Limp rushes Dant, and not yet, but I must have lost a bunch of melee. I think I lost a melee battle against Limp in their backfield, which is why this is somewhat close. Maybe that's what I was remembering. I was maybe like slightly pissed at myself for losing a bunch of melee.
Well, you guys are about to get a big percent lead. We're losing 2 locks, nothing. It's like 5% or something.
Ooh,
Yeah,
man.
6% lead for you now.
Ooh, Dant. Oh, he might get it. Yeah.
Man, you guys play this ballsy. You guys left like no D on that tower.
Yeah.
Definitely should have been trying to slip stuff by. I will say though, like both teams playing the game super clean. Like
Yeah, I agree.
like almost no like all these other finals we've been watching. There's like mistakes that are like bad, like real bad, like ones that stand out everywhere. Like I mean, mistakes
This is
happen in
really-
part of the game, but
yeah,
there's
this-
like minor mistakes in the series so
Yeah,
far.
this is really high level play on both teams. percentages swung around. So we're looking. I mean, it's 220. It's getting kind of close, and we're down in flags, but we're still in pretty good position, I would say.
Yeah.
Flag
Because we're in
Yeah,
good
I
position to
sniped
do
the wall flag.
Oh, you got Don snuck the tower flag tag. That's huge.
I mean, if that Zerk in your backfield could grab a flag and get VI, maybe we have a chance. But otherwise, yeah, we're just being defensive, and you guys are pushing our flags.
Yeah, Don was working that tower with the fetch, which is pretty tricky to do shooting uphill with the fetch like that. That was really key to that. That's actually what swung it. I remember like thinking like it was gonna be really difficult to get that tower, and without that tower, it was gonna be like really difficult for us to win. But once Don got that tower flag tag, it was looking really good.
Tower flag's actually huge out because we might be able to defend that northeast flag, like we should actually probably, but we're not gonna defend the home one. So you guys are gonna get VI, and then we're gonna have to get something on you. Oh, we finally leaked through the med. So let's see who gets VI first there.
Interesting. I didn't realize we didn't even tag your guys' northeast yet. Yeah.
I mean, Tirri will get that eventually. It's just how quick will he get it? Will you guys get our home flag before he gets yours?
Oh, that's where I was mad at Kirk. He just locked himself. Yeah, I was pissed about that.
We should be suiciding everything on our home flag to play for the VI.
Yeah, and we realized that. That's why we're getting so aggressive right now. Oh, we end up losing our fetch a little too easily there. Yeah, that one merc is going to kill Cruniac's fetch. It doesn't matter. We got it, yeah. A little sloppy there at the end, but
there you go. It's a difference about 30 seconds. If you guys would have done that 30 seconds slower, you actually lose the game.
Yeah, but we realized that. You know what I mean?
Made the call.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. So.
Not even 30 seconds, like 15.
You know, this is not actually. I really thought like you guys gave up the win on this one. That was my memory of it, but I actually don't think so. It was pretty close throughout, and I don't think we were as far down behind as I remember. I think I was just really frustrated by two things. One, my mid push didn't work out as I hoped or wanted, and two, I think I ended up suiciding my melee. I think I did really badly this game, probably.
Game over.
Yeah, look at me. I got like 10 damage and 10 losses, and I think all 10 of those losses were like all of our merc, pretty much. So that's pretty terrible. Limp, I think, ends up like chasing me down and gets some good melee engagements on me. Yeah, Dant has a huge game. Dant and Croon, really great game for them. So we got Kirk. Kirk's a little rusty. Hopefully he can unrust in the next couple games, or he doesn't. Yeah, it probably doesn't really matter actually. He's rusty, but like it's still Kirk. He's still helping. So. NP, Tirri, like he did good getting that backfield, and I think I would have liked to seen him save those two fetch though. You know what I mean? Like having just so few melee with those two fetch was I would have liked to see him just pull straight back onto D the moment it looks like he couldn't really push any further. Limp had a good game, I think, for NP too. Yeah, that was good. Really high level play for both teams. So what's the score now? Let's see. You guys won Lycan and Mixed Blessing. And 1 is not enough. So it's 3-2.
3-2.
3-2. It was 3-1 before. Yeah, it was not looking good for us. But now it's 3-2. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure we lose this one too. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna skim through the PT here.
There's Kirk saying only one trial map so far.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That was part of the my complaints about the map picks as well. Okay, so we do. What was this, Flag Rally? King of the Map. Okay. So we do max thrall. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. Yeah, you guys play this really smart too. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. Again, this is like another key example. I just feel like I'm playing against myself. I mean, King of the Map, I guess probably a lot of people might do this trade nowadays, but in 2018, I don't think it was as common to do these types of trades that you guys are doing.
I don't even think people would still do this today.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they're a little bit better about it, but yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Remember, Rab had a really big game on this, I think, too, with his goal. I think he had a gold pack, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we had a big fuck up. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I think it was in the Northwest. We had some kind of big fuck up. Okay, I'm at 0. Both teams' trades are the same, so not really much else to say. You guys ready to start?
Yep.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I'm finally capping now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, is that right? Rab has a gold pack? No, hang on. Where is he?
Do you want to take a guess at which friendly
Flag
two-baller
captured.
it was at Northwest who may have ended up
Flag
this game?
captured.
I'm having a really rough series.
Well,
watching
I do
these
see
belts.
Dak going to Northwest.
Rabican's go north.
Okay, Rab didn't have a
Flag
gold pack.
captured.
Interesting.
It's like you guys said earlier, find Dak and kill him. That's the best strategy to beat TMNT in this year.
I mean, Myth would evolved at this point from
Flag
find Xmas and kill him,
captured.
so...
It's like
The old Father Christmas strategy. Yeah.
Flag captured.
literally identical strategies. The only difference is we got 2 doors north, tier 1.
Oh, it was
and you guys
Limp?
put more thrall somewhere else.
And it was
Limp's
Limp on the gold
pack.
pack, maybe, that I'm remembering. So he peels through middle. Just remember, like, that gold pack harassed the shit out of us. Like, getting up a bunch of contest time for free on one of our flags that shouldn't have been able to get.
You guys tagged that northeast flag with a thrall, so you're behind by like 40 seconds.
Flag.
As a result.
Yeah.
40 seconds difference.
Yeah, it
That's
kind of added
Look
up.
at that, yeah, it really
kinda,
added
that
up,
was
yeah.
that was kind of that kind of added up. Looks like both teams are almost ignoring North. So who's that? Rab. Rab's gonna have to get into the fight. So he looks like he wants to push across. He got Rab against Dak with similar squads in the North. Very similar strategies. Wow, super similar strategies. Like Dwarf Thrall middle and like all the Warriors south. So now you guys do have a Thrall advantage in the south, so you might be able to leverage that and push across. Looks like we have more Thrall, I guess, in the north and mid. Our mid is definitely bigger. Okay, so we have a 2v1 middle. So we got Croon. Wow, I gave Croon and Dant my... Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't want them on war packs, but... So I'd really like to see Croon and Dant push Migraine on this 2v1 middle, because they do have an advantage there. And they could be able to run down all the...
Yeah, missed the pus right
missed
there.
the
That's
pus.
pretty cool.
That's huge. Like, you should be able to hit that pus. Now, Dant still has his, but... Okay, I
But
do
if
want
you
to...
hit that bus and
Flag
kill that dwarf, you
lost.
guys are running over middle like from the start of the game.
Yeah, I want to see our mid push here. I get that they have a goal. Asmo, you got that goal pack kind of
Contested.
trying to threaten them and keep them at bay, but I still would like to see our mid push.
You guys are pulling off a warrior pack from
Flag
south to go
captured.
north, looks like. That's you.
Yeah. Okay. Am I trying to push with the middle, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe you're baiting her south. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I would like to see me push middle. Like, I don't know why I'm not pushing this middle. It feels like we're playing really defensive here, needlessly so.
Flag contested.
Okay, Dak is getting his goal across in the northeast to get some contest time. I do like that.
I'm assuming Dak dies north here because I'm flanking 3 pus goals at him. And
Yeah.
after that, our
Flag
doors can just
contested.
push him. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, right. As I'm trying to look across and get some contest time with a Puskull. Because I don't have
Right.
anything that
You,
doesn't.
you probably
Why
lose
is
the
Rabican
door.
shadowing that Puskull with his full force, though? That's so weird. He should be pushing with his full force.
Well, he knows that he needs to be able to. He needs to send a dwarf back there to push it off the flag. I understand why he does it. Oh, and then Dak autos the plus, and yeah, you're in two places
because I'm
at the same
macroing
time.
the dwarf. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah. So now the North has kind of collapsed for us at this point.
Flag contested.
Just to bring up the point that like attention is a resource in Myth.
I did like what you were doing with that contest, but like, you gotta like just run it off into the corner so you don't have to micro at the same time.
Yeah, it's like, oh crap, I looked back and I've got 3 plus goals coming at my dwarf and suddenly I don't care about the goal anymore.
Flag contested.
Yeah, it's not looking great for us at this point.
Yeah, so now I'm just trying to hold them off of getting contest time because all I've got left are thralls.
And now I think we have to send one of our dwarfers north, maybe? Like from mid? I'm not sure. Oh, I think I'm there. I'm there trying to reinforce it. Yeah.
But I don't know.
I do have 3 plus. Maybe my rush ends up sucking.
5 minutes remaining.
That's the nail in the coffin. Because I do have enough force there to be able to pick off Rabican's dwarf, I think.
Yeah, if that dwarf dies, it's just thrall after that, and it should be no big deal, but...
Okay, I did get the pus off on the dwarf. See if I can finish it.
I'm interested to see what HMP does in the south here. If I were him, I'd trade flags to the southeast rather than trying to double up against the thrall force and the dwarf.
Where's HMP at?
The south. It's a thrall warrior and dwarf force versus 2
Oh,
warpack.
yeah, we can't touch that thrall force. We should ignore it.
You should have
go
crossed
around
his
it.
warpack to the southeast and trade flags.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Yeah. We should not be messing with that dwarf thrall squad at all. Just
I
ignore
mean, you
it.
guys could win it, but it's like a dangerous play.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, well, the reason you don't want to do it is like, yeah, we could win it, but like you're allowing your dwarf and thrall to get good damage off and get good trade, and you don't want to do that. That's not a trade you want to take. Okay, they do get the plus off on the dwarf. Oh, Eastwind's man, we spend 3 plus to kill that dwarf in the south.
Yeah, that's a lot. I feel like ours and who has a thrall Zell, they should just slow push towards the flag now that you guys use 3 plus. Try to push you guys off it.
We are up in percent and flags. How the hell do we lose this? Holy shit.
Well, Kirk is dancing on the northeast flag, and they're coming in with a pretty big force on the northwest right now.
Dant gets a nice kill on an enemy Puskull with his dwarf. I mean, it looks fine for us right now. So far.
I'm guessing it's something in the south. The south fight's going to be massive for either team, whoever wins it.
We should just ignore those thrall. Oh my god, I really don't like.
We're up 11% right now.
10, yeah.
But it looks like
Why are we fighting those thrall? Oh, Eastwind, no!
Ooh.
And they're getting their thrawler. He tries to counter pus, but it doesn't really do much. Okay, they're still okay. Oh, why is HMP backing out a bunch? Oh man, Eastwind's engagement here is super sloppy, and HMP needs to just go in.
So much pus down there though.
Yeah.
Even if they win it, they've committed like 5 plus
Oh
to that.
man, that's such a terrible engagement for us. HMP and Eastwind are like totally out of sync.
For sure.
Even Kirk too. Oh, that's such a terrible engagement for us in the south. Oh wow, that was terrible. Oh, so yeah, I remember this. We were up for most of the game, and then we ended up like totally collapsing in the end. Oh my god, that's so painful to watch.
They're about to take the northwest.
We really should have. There was no business in us losing this game. Yeah, we kind of gave up 2 games. I feel this game and the Tro game.
The territories one, right? Yeah.
The Tro Tirris,
yeah.
Flag captured.
Yeah, now the flags have swung, and now the time's about to swing. Yeah, I remember this. Wow. Yeah, our north and south kind of collapsed at the same time there. That was really sloppy play on the flanks there. Might have been a mistake to put Dantski and Crun together middle. Maybe I should have had them on the flanks. I probably should have had one of them on your flank, Dak. Probably should have put you middle.
Maybe. Probably, yeah.
You guys end up winning south now, but everything on your team is defensive mostly, like on your side of the map, other than your little war pack.
Yeah,
north.
and we're down in time and position with not enough time left for the clock, so Dant's dwarf gets picked off mid, so that's our last dwarf.
1 minute remaining. Flag contested.
I'm trying to contest the northeast.
Yeah, I'm contesting the middle flag too. That felt like there's a lot of contesting going on. Like it's still within a minute, surprisingly enough.
Flag
Yeah,
contested.
it's still close, but yeah.
Flag contested.
Not looking good though.
30 seconds.
Like the flags are
remaining.
6-5, which is crazy.
Kirk did do a pretty decent job with that goal pack.
Yeah,
He really did.
he just kind of felt like he was everywhere.
Yeah, he did good this game. Like I thought he was really rusty there, but I'm starting to see like no, it's still Kirk. He knows what he's doing.
Flag contested. Flag contested.
Gosh, it was so close.
Yeah. So yeah, a couple minutes.
But kind of wasn't, kind of was.
Not super duper close. It was close until like the last 2.5 minutes or so. Yeah, wow. Kind of gave that one up a little bit too.
So NP.
Ours had a
wins
big
the
game
series,
maybe.
Yeah, Arzenic was the MVP of that game.
Yeah.
Because
He was in the south, right, with those
Yeah.
thrall. Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
got a good engagement on Eastwind. Eastwind just not looking great this match. Yeah, he was rusty, really rusty that year. Okay, so that ends the
Series, right?
series, the first 7-game series or whatever. So NP won 4-2 on that. We had the going into this match, our team, TMNT, was the top bracket finalist, so we have sudden death advantage. That's from another epic match in DE2 or whatever it was the last time we faced NP, so we'll cover that match another time. So now we're entering the sudden death. I remember telling my team going into this, like, completely forget about the match we just played, because people get frustrated about that shit, and just like I just told everybody, like, pretend like this is a whole new match, because that's kind of like the mindset you got to have about it.
I kind of remember nobody freaking out about it at the time.
Nobody freaked out about it. Nope. I'll say this, and this is true of all my teams. I think we always have very mentally tough and resilient. TMNT especially has always been a very mentally resilient and tough team. TMNT has come back from so much shit. Like, we did a reverse sweep with elimination on the line in like a bottom bracket finals match one time against some Limp NC team in, I think, 2013, if I'm not mistaken. We've come back from being like losing the first 2 weeks in QR. Like it's a very mentally tough team, and so it's a mature group, so it's not unexpected. This is a really interesting pick here. We got Tro and FG and Fetch. Dwarf
And a
Heroes.
Merc Giant.
Yeah. I remember this. Yeah, I really liked our strat going into this. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Oh, we got Merc Giant without
Asmo didn't
mana
get a
bar?
Merc Giant. Yeah, I don't think Asmo's team got a Merc Giant.
So I know why, because it doesn't have a mana bar. So they opted for, like, hey, let's get some regular, a lot more smaller. Because the Merc Giant's more expensive too than the Tro and FG too, right? So we obviously still liked it better than the other units, I guess, that were available. I think the only thing you could get else was Thrall. So yeah, so Asmo just opted for the Thrall instead of the Merc Giant, but I still wanted the Merc Giant. I'm trying to remember what in particular we did. Just look for a lot of Tro Artie or Giant Artie pushes on this. That's going to be a big thing.
I like your guys' trade better slightly. I would take the MG over the Thrall in hindsight.
Yeah, I think so too. Because there's too many other Artie and other like giants and shit to like pick off those Thrall. You know what I mean? So.
And it doesn't look like it, but a lot of the terrain is really hard to pass through. There's a lot of like one-laners and crevices between the houses over here, and you'll see a lot of fighting around impassable terrain.
I do remember going into this game feeling really confident. I don't know, I felt really confident about this one for us.
Yeah, I feel like we played a warm-up game on this before we used this
I think you're right. Well. Yeah, I think we like did some simulated like melee arty battles in this awkward terrain just to get everybody used to it and stuff. Yeah.
I think the only reason I have the Merc Giant in this game is because I got like 30 kills in one of those practice games.
Oh, I don't remember.
But it doesn't quite happen the same with this game.
Okay, I got the FG. Kroon's got the... Yeah, well, I mean, Kroon, Dant, and I took the Giants, which makes sense. And let's see, what else? Did I give us... Okay, I gave Kroon a fetch to go with his Tro. I took a Giant without Artie, and Dant's got Dwarfs with his Giant. Okay, so I think I have HMP kind of pair with me. Oh, that makes sense, because the Giant... The Force Giant, I mean, even the Merc Giant to a certain extent can't really do Tro Artie push that well, but the Force Giant's even going to be worse than the Merc Giant because it's weak to the explosive damage, right? So, yeah. And I think we do like a 3-prong, and we're just kind of like pushing for map control everywhere because this is king of the map, yeah. Yeah. Asmo, do you remember anything noteworthy from the NP side going into the sudden death games? Is Asmo there? Maybe not.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you now. You're muted.
I don't remember. I just remember that I was unhappy that this was you guys' pick when it happened.
Yeah,
It's just like an awkward unit set. It's a hard map to play on the fly.
Okay, so this was our pick. Yeah, I can see why I picked this. Yeah, I really like... I remember going into this really confidently. I really liked this pick for us. Yeah. Probably because I got to do like a 3-way giant Artie pushes, which I really like doing. So I think I saw that dynamic. So yeah, in 2018, I think I was starting to see that dynamic better, and I think I saw it here. So I really like this for us. You guys ready to start it?
Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
It's a lot of ambient mercs and stuff around too. And I don't know if you saw it in the
spiders.
Chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't attack the mercs because they'll berserk.
Right. Okay. That's kind of silly to put in a map, but whatever.
Yeah, but if you look,
Flag
they have like
captured.
stationary malls
Flag
in the little
captured.
city.
Flag.
Oh yeah, the
there you
malls.
go.
That's right. I remember that too.
Yeah, and they just sort of like eat arty shots from time to time, or they kind of block angles off a little. They do weird stuff.
Yeah.
It's a very weird map.
Okay, we got Rabican on Forest Giant. I do think I kind of remember Rabican kind of screwing up with his Forest Giant. We'll see, but and we got Tirri on the Tro. Yeah, Tro's kind of like the more powerful giant unit on this. And then you guys didn't get a Merc Giant. Okay, that's right. So I think, you're going to see us, HMP and I push hard in the northwest to get control of one of the hills because I want to put his dwarfs on a hill up there.
Flag captured.
And I think Dante and I were pushing to gain control of the town too. I think that we were
And Kroon's over there too, yeah.
Yeah.
Kirk doing a good job getting that middle.
I think we may have got the
Flag
good start on this
contested.
map.
Could be, yeah.
Flag captured.
Okay, yeah. So there's a fight coming in the northwest of mid, that big hill there that both teams want, and all their arties about to go for it.
Flag captured.
I think if I'm smart, I would have called for a pinch on that middle. Okay, I got Kirk up there with HMP and I. So yeah, yeah, good. We push them off. That's huge. So we get control of that middle, but they run out, so they don't take any damage. That's smart.
Yeah, I
on them.
feel like the dwarves could be a lot more aggressive here and catch a few Zerks over a tree. Because you can really abuse a range up there.
Yeah, for sure. I like our positioning for our team here.
Flag.
We're up a flag. Got good. Oh, there. Kirk's getting good shots now from mid, starting to pinch their middle a little bit. I'm shadowing Rabican in the southwest, it looks like. Where's his FG at? Did he lose the FG?
Flag captured.
Did Rabican lose Where's Rabican's FG?
No, it's southwest. Look at the corner, like towards the corner.
Oh, okay, there it
you're
is.
shadowing
Yeah,
it,
okay. Yeah, I'm shadowing Rab, but he's got a spider pack, and I don't have as many. I think I took some of HMP spiders, but I don't have as much for spiders.
Flag lost.
Nice shot by Daunt middle to get one of ours as fetch.
Flag
Nice.
contested.
Yeah.
He staggered the dwarves, so
Flag
ours to Daunt
contested.
staggered the fetch.
Yeah, I'm chasing down Rabican's spider pack, and he's letting me just pick them off one by one. I think that's a mistake on his part. He really should have tried to get what damage he could on my FG. He's really liking our position.
He has more spiders than you. All he has to do is run to a small hill or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and he ran over some hills too, and he just didn't take the fight. So yeah, I was waiting for him to take the fight, and he just never did.
I was frustrated this game with the Rabican's FG performance, to be honest. I regretted not taking it in hindsight, like right after the game ended.
Yeah, no, he definitely screwed up there, 100%. And so now his FG is swinging around to the southeast, but it's going to just run into probably a bunch of our arty. Yeah, you got Dax. Dak, I gave you 3 fetch. What was I thinking?
Flag contested.
Okay.
You weren't. I think that's what you were thinking. No,
Oh, look at this. You're going to rape Rabican's FG here. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, a little bit, right?
Got him halfway already.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Tirri's Tro totally swings around to the other side of the map.
Limp is doing a really good job middle, though, of holding me here with just the dwarf heroes.
Yeah.
I did not play this well at all, but the terrain is so weird, man, with the houses and fetch shots not going off and angles you think are covered that don't seem to be.
Oh,
Yeah,
Dak.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he got you good
Yeah.
there.
Flag.
I just wanted to make sure I called attention to my blunder because I've done it every game. That was pretty brutal. I did not have a good series,
5
so
minutes
the MWC MVP of the last podcast did not show up in 2018. Actually, not true. Crun
Flag
did show up on
lost.
this one, but Daunt was definitely MVP for this series.
Flag lost.
Kroon trying to set up a push here with Kirk. I like. Man, did you see what Kroon's doing with his
Yeah.
troing there? That's so great. Now, but he's gonna lose his fetch to that tro.
Flag.
Oh, that was a little sloppy.
Flag captured.
Kirk actually probably could have defended that better. Did the dwarf heroes not start with satchels on this?
Yeah, they have no satchels on this.
Oh,
HMP
interesting.
Pointed that
Okay.
out in the beginning.
Yeah, I forgot to point that out. Oh, looks like I'm getting some kills here. Oh, yep. No, I still like what Kroon and Kirk
Yeah.
got good synergy there. That's good.
And then the FG coming in to take out the fetch.
lost.
Yeah, I get inside the fetch range and then I just take the melee fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, don't look southeast flag. Don't look at that. This is where I'm fighting somewhere else. My MG just dies.
Flag.
Oh no! That's funny.
Flag contested.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't know. He looks like he's being microed there.
He's
Don. What do
moving.
you-
He's still moving.
Flag lost.
You guys are winning the
Oh,
BC
there it
game,
is.
but we
Flag
actually are in the game somewhat because the
Funny
flag
thing
right
is,
now.
while that happened southeast, one of my dwarfs
Flag
gets zapped
captured.
with an immediately kill both of ours is fetch.
Right.
I know
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So,
Flag contested.
You killed both of ours as fetch?
yeah.
All 3 of them really with his dwarves. Yeah, because he got one.
Where
more
was
earlier.
that? Was that middle?
Yeah, it's at the
it's in
houses.
the village.
Flag
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Flag lost.
Yeah, okay. So you were taking fight in
Flag
two different
captured.
spots at the same time.
Yeah.
Flag
I
contested.
know at this point I think I'm yelling at
Flag
Dak to save my dwarf as well.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I
Sounds
seem to
about
remember
right.
that too.
Yeah, but yeah, you can see ours is
Flag
gets stuck.
contested.
Oh wow, this game is super close still. Like
Flag
holy shit! Like
Yeah,
they're
it
actually
is.
up slightly.
Contested.
Wow. Yeah, I would have thought we were like dominating this game. Wow.
No,
Well,
it's only a 4% difference, but part of that's the Merc Giant that Don just lost.
Flag.
Well, we got a flag lead too in time. Like I'm feeling pretty good right now. The FG thing that happens right now is what like
Flag
makes me
lost.
lose my marbles.
Oh yeah, so Rab should
that
be
at?
able to milk
Yeah,
this
he's
FG
in the
in the
southwest,
southwest.
has the FG.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he should be playing tags right now.
Right.
If he plays tags, like, that's our chance to
Flag
win because you guys are up in
lost.
BC. So we just keep on playing tags. But he elects
He takes a
to
bunch of
Flag
damage
fight.
here. Oh, and then he gets stoned, trying to kill one merm. Oh, that
Yeah,
was
see,
huge.
like, if he doesn't do that,
You
I
guys would've
think
won.
there's a chance. There's a chance. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah.
we would have won. There's a chance, though, for
Flag
sure.
Yeah.
Flag contested.
There's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance.
Flag
It was
lost.
it's gonna be close, but there's a chance.
Flag captured. Flag lost.
I like we're up in
Flag
percent. Like it
lost.
feels like we're like, damn, we didn't translate at the time very well. It's only got 130
Flag
left.
contested.
We had a lot of already clumped middle around the village, you know, because I was there, Daunt was there.
Flag
It was
contested.
kind of a cluster, and it's really narrow passages and weird terrain to move around.
Flag
A lot of weird
lost.
pathfinding issues too.
So, I
don't
mean,
think
like,
we spread out in time.
something to note, you have all three of those flags in the southwest where FG died. That's, like, frustrating to me. If it's
Yeah, yeah.
alive, we have one,
Flag
which is,
captured.
like, one less for you,
Flag
one more for us,
contested.
or maybe two. So, like, yeah, in
contested.
terms of game type, that was massive.
Well, the other thing is there's
Flag
3 flags there. He could have roamed between the
Flag
3
lost.
and probably controlled 2 of them
remaining.
because I would have had to split up my
Flag
merms and then
contested.
he would have been able to pick them off, you know. So
Exactly. You guys don't pass this on time until 55 seconds. Like, I wonder how the game would have played out if that didn't happen.
yeah, no, I
Flag
agree.
captured. Flag.
This was way closer than I remember it being.
Flag
Wow,
lost.
I thought we
Flag
thought we had
contested.
won this like much cleaner.
Flag captured.
Well, one thing I felt like I lost the
Flag
match for my
contested.
team because I came back
30
at
seconds.
least post sudden death matches, right? Like happening, and I remember like almost like even getting a lot of blame from a lot of people, like almost like side remarks from people on my team. And then I went back and watched the films. I'm like, what the heck? Like it wasn't that bad. Like these games were close in SD too.
Yeah,
Oh, it was us getting 7 that made the real difference, I
Flag
think, honestly,
contested.
with that.
that
And
yeah,
Kirk
that's it.
is a hell of a 7. Like I said it before, but
I'll just also say I really feel like, especially myself personally, but I think also my teams, like we always kick it up a gear in the sudden death. You can never count us out in the sudden death. So I mean, you gotta think up to this point, I literally have not lost a single sudden death game. Out of like 3 sudden deaths, this would be like the 3rd sudden death I think I'd been in at this point. So, and the alternating map picks just always favors me too. That dynamic. Looks like I had a big game here, 60 damage. Yeah, we kind of lost our fetch a little sloppily. Like Kroon loses 2 fetch to some easy tro kicks, and Dak to a Limp's dwarf shot there. Yeah, look at Rabican's stats. Like, I mean, you kind of have some bad stats too, Asmo, but I think you had a lot of thrall. I'm guessing, right?
I think I had like all the thrall.
Yeah, so that's more understandable. His stats are looking pretty bad there. Yeah, that was it. It was still pretty well played overall by both teams. A lot closer than I thought it would be, but so I feel like we had like such a strong positioning advantage early on, and it didn't really seem to translate to a strong win in the end. But still an okay win, I guess. All right, going into now, we're up a game in the sudden death, and so this is a must-win for you guys, and this is your pick. Tirri's Barbarian Valiant. Now, Asmo, why did you pick this? Oh, because I remember why. Because we lost on this badly earlier in the tournament. Isn't that right?
I don't remember the specifics. I wish I would have prepared for Sudden Death way better. I remember we were having like a group discussion and we ended up picking this like on the spot. So it wasn't even like predetermined necessarily beforehand.
I remember we played this earlier. I don't remember if it was against your team necessarily. It might have been against another team.
I had a look earlier. We lost against Deer on this.
Oh, wow.
That's probably the reason.
There it is. That's the reason.
Deer. Like, we're thinking Ottawa, man. We're better than Deer, right?
Deer. I think I did a very different strategy, if I'm not mistaken, though. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'd have to look at it, but what did I do here? Oh, wow. Why did I get so many? I thought I went fewer archers in this. I'm really surprised. Okay. I don't remember what we did against Deer. I remember against Deer is that there was some heavy south flank that we just ended up losing badly. Is kind of my vague memory of it. But going into this, I felt pretty confident. My thought was I'm gonna get less archers than you. I really felt like you were gonna go heavier archers, which I turned out to be correct. We ended up getting 12. 12 is actually more than I even thought I would have gotten on this, but I guess there's not much else to do with the points other than maybe more thrall. So yeah, in general, I like my straight trade on this. I'm looking immediately to see if you guys get more archers, significantly more, and if so, I'm just going to try and run the timer out, which is, I think, exactly what happens. So
I absolutely hate this pick for us. Like in hindsight, like I like again to me it was like I wasn't prepared enough. Like why am I choosing a freaking territories light map on a 7 versus 8 in Sun and Death? Like I should be choosing flag rally or capture the flag or king of the map or something where the player advantage helps us more so.
yeah, yeah, I can. Yeah, the player advantage. You definitely have to leverage that, I guess. Although again, it's just such a dirty tactic. But yeah, yeah. There's not much else to say on this. You got you guys split the archers 3 ways with Migraine, Rabican, actually 4 ways. Ooh, okay, that's a little excessive maybe. 4-way archer split. And then you got Ars and Limp and Tirri on Warpacks. So yeah, okay. For us, Kirk. Yeah, I love putting Kirk on Warpack rather. Yeah, love that choice. And then me and HMP. Yeah, love that. And then Eastwind, Kroon, and Daunt. Yeah, really, it's really nice to have the Kroon Daunt combo on this. I really feel like I can put those guys on Artie and just like throw them up against. It feels like I have almost like the 2 best Artie guys in the game. I mean, there's a couple other people in that conversation, I guess, like Tirri maybe, Adren, but I don't know. I really like Kroon and Daunt there on Artie. And Daunt also has the dwarf. So I don't remember exactly what we did on this. We'll just have to see. Got nothing else to really say about it. You guys ready to start?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I'll just say this. I don't like putting Tirri on a Warpack, to be honest. I would have put him on archers. Limp and Ars I like more, but, you know, just like I put Daunt and Kroon, like, I feel like your best Artie guy is going to be probably Tirri, and in some situations, you just want, like, at least one of your best Artie guys to just be able to win an Artie fight somewhere for your team. So
I agree. I probably should have switched Gekko and Tirri's roles there.
also, Migraine and Rabican only 3 archers apiece. It's kind of an awkward archer squad there. Similar to the Drowned Empire with the 3 soul packs.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
So it looks like I put everything mid except for 1 war pack on each side, maybe.
Flag captured.
And yeah, like as soon as I see you guys have more archers, I'm like, okay, let's run the timer out, and then we're just gonna let you guys push into us, and we'll just retreat to the high ground on our side of the map. And like you can't push all the way. Like if you try to push all the way, my warriors on the flanks are just gonna get a nice surround. So there's not a whole lot you can do there.
Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured.
Kroon down an archer. Wow. Early on against Migraine. It's uncanny of him.
Flag
I think he
captured.
might have been expecting me to kind of get on the hill and support him, but I really don't like archering on the north side of that hill.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That tiny hill sucks, and you're like so close too. Like their archers are able to back cleanly out, and yours can't. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Your archers would be trapped up there.
Flag lost.
I would think I'm telling everybody to like just run the timer out at this point. I would think. Got Gekko against Eastwind in the south on the archers. I think it's a man. What was the time on this? It's already 6:40. Was it 10 minutes?
I think it was 12, wasn't it?
No, it's got to be 10.
I feel like it feels like 10 to me. Like it feels short. I think that might have been another reason why I was like looking to run the timer out.
If it's 10, I even like my trade worse.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, I remember you took some shit from people about the 18 archers on this. Yeah, after the fact.
I mean, the one thing we got going for us is at least we got the 5 flags right now.
Right.
Hold our ground with archers at least.
And this is where Rabican gets impatient north.
Oh, he's trying to push around. So we got Rabican against Dantski.
He free chat.
Come at me, bro, Dantski.
In the north?
he's doing all right, actually, fighting you. Hell, all right. Rabican's doing all right.
Oh, the archer fight. Gotcha.
Flag lost.
His micro is not that bad. Good counter pass by Don.
Ooh, do you guys
Oh,
grab
you
that
get the
plus
dud.
2?
Ooh.
That sucks.
Ooh, Don's gonna nice.
Wow, that's actually a massive player
That's
there.
a nice little swing for us. Now the North's gonna be probably won pretty cleanly. Rabican actually had a pretty decent unit control there up to that point. That was just an unfortunate dud for him.
That was
Who's this?
a horrible
Oh, Dak.
pass by me.
Dak going in.
5 minutes
Oh, nice.
remaining.
Dak. I got Dak on a goal pack. Interesting. Okay, so now we've picked off some archers. We're up slightly in percentage. Yeah, your archer advantage is just not able to do anything, really. Tirri and I are shadowing each other, but I have slightly more melee than him. HMP working the flank, shadowing Limp, who has a dwarf in the northeast. No, they can't trap him. That is Asmo. You're on the goal pack, yeah.
My team's position just looks bad right now.
Flag
It's due to the
captured.
trade. Like,
Flag
we lost
captured.
any flag advantage. You guys have both flags on the sides, and we have archers, so it's like not great.
Yeah, and it's just gonna keep getting worse the more the timer runs out, I feel. Tirri calling out that he's going to lose the South to me probably at the end of the game, which is correct. Because I have 2 or 3 more warriors than he does.
Yeah, you got 2 more warriors than him. Where we need to be trying to make good plays in the north. That's like our one advantage right now. But we're not.
On what? On HMP?
Yeah.
He's just going to run away.
But, I mean, we play for flags if he runs away. We're in a
Oh,
horrible
you mean at the end
spot,
of the
right?
game? I see.
Yeah, we're in a horrible spot right now, so we have to
Yeah.
do something offensively or we just lose the game.
Yeah, Kirk and I try to set up a pinch on Tirri, but he backs out. But now we're starting to push. Kirk and I are starting to push further into your guys' side of the map on the south. Which is correct because we're getting out to 2:30 already. So yeah, Kirk and I are getting in position right now for the end game rush, which is perfect. It's exactly what we should be doing.
Looked like Limp led HMP up and trying to bait him in, and then HMP backed out.
Yeah, which is smart. Yep.
Flag contested. Flag contested.
Oh, Dant might be able to push around a little bit in the north of mid. Dant against
Flag contested.
Rabican's Lone Archer and
Rabican's
Migraine.
Lone Archer.
Yeah, Dantski, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think he should push towards either. Never mind. Migraine is
contested.
shifting over. It's fine if he's there then.
Flag contested.
I'm coordinating with Kirk right now
Migraine.
to get us set up for the end game. I really want to get in their backfield.
I just took out Asmo's gold pack up north too. With a good puss on it.
Okay, ours is gonna rush middle. Looks like he'll be successful too. Oh, he wasted a pus on an archer. I think that was wasteful. HMP and Limp taking an engagement in the north. Oh, Dak, you're in great position to help HMP on that engagement.
Yeah, I just took out Asmo's gold pack right before that. I pussed a whole bunch of them.
Oh,
so
nice.
Got that little micro advantage there.
Flag
Ours does win that middle engagement, but
flag
loses
Another
about
dud
half.
puss north. Look at that. So HMP has another puss north.
1 minute.
Oh, nice. So we got lucky on the pus duds this game too.
Yeah. Which I hate about light meth. I really do.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Flag contested.
I don't think it swung this match, but it swings so many of them.
.30 seconds remaining.
Just feels like cleanup at this
Flag
point.
contested.
Yeah.
Flag lost.
Yeah, you guys winning that north was
Flag
huge,
contested.
and then us
Yeah.
winning the south. We kind of give up the mid
Flag
a little
lost.
bit, but
Yeah.
not in
Doesn't
totality
matter,
either.
though.
Flag captured.
Dantski's still
Just
alive
one
mid.
flag.
Contested.
We've got fast melee in their backfield. versus-
Yeah,
Flag
yeah.
contested. Sudden death.
Ooh. Oh, you guys got so unlucky with the pus this game. That was
Was that a bit? Oh, that was. a big
Asmo
puss
just
on
had
Kirk,
another
wasn't it?
pus stud. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Asmo had a couple.
So
of
your
huge
team had at
ones.
least 3 pus studs too. That's brutal.
Flag
I
captured.
feel like it was semi-close game. Like you guys probably were
Flag
gonna win, but
contested.
it wasn't like a blowout.
Flag.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Flag.
There was
captured.
no games that were blowouts,
Flag
were there? I don't think
contested.
so.
Oh,
Flag captured.
the Terry's trial game.
That's,
was-
that's the only one that should have been a blowout, but
Yeah,
we didn't win. So
well, it wound up being a blowout in your favor from game type, right? So,
Yeah, that's the only one you could argue, but like it's not really a true blowout in the sense of. They threaded the needle on the game type on that one, yeah.
yeah.
Flag contested.
God, I just wish the whole series could have been played at sevens.
Me too, man.
Like
yeah,
these teams, like these games are so good.
they're so good.
And
Yeah.
it's just like
Contested.
I don't have a good memory of like
Flag
well fought
contested.
versus a really good team. My memory of this year is the year that made me want to stop playing Myth for a long time.
I agree. Yeah, looking back at this match is like it's a really high level match. Like,
Flag
Yeah.
contested.
I mean, this has got to be one of the highest level matches I've seen. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
the
Flag
finals we've
lost.
watched, I'm trying to remember if there's one like more clean than this. Because I think the big thing about this series that we watched from the other ones we watch is like every game's like a good game, right? Like usually in series like there's just games that are garbage, but these
Right.
ones like even this game,
Yeah.
which was probably the biggest blowout game in the series, is like, or this in game one, I guess, is like they're still like good games.
Game 1 to me is like the biggest blowout I think in the entire series we just watched. Game 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
We lost that one like super solidly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other
Kirk confirms
years.
at the end why Arzenic doesn't like him. Sure, he didn't at the time, anyways.
What's
Talking
that?
trash at the end. Or did you see the chat at the end of the game?
Oh, I didn't click OK. Hang on. Kirk says, "Hey, yeah."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the second or third time, by the way, that Kirk has talked trash to Tirri in MWC finals after
He didn't drop any hard R's that time though, which I've seen him do in the previous ones.
Yeah.
He and Kroon will both do that from time to time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think what other years. This has got to be up there. Really high level. How about 2023, the last year? How does this compare to that, you think?
I think 2023, I'd say the strategy is a little bit better, more redefined. I'd say I'd give 2018 the little bump in terms of better Mithril Cup, and the reason for that is because even though 2023, a lot of the games are close, the score wasn't necessarily close.
Yeah, and I'd also say that player-wise, BC-wise, 2018 had a higher talent overall, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, I agree with that. I might say overall, as far as like competitiveness level to the games, maybe I'd still favor 2018 over 2023, but I agree with you. Like strat's probably a little more refined in 2023. Yeah, I can't really think. Yeah, this is up there for me. I mean, I don't know. I'm biased, but it was like I don't remember. No, I don't. No, I remember everything we covered so far. I think this might be it. I'm gonna say that this might be the best finals I've watched of all the ones we've watched so far.
Can I ask you something, Van?
What's that?
Going into this, you were very down about your captaining and participation this year, but then you're saying it's also the best finals. So
Yeah, well, that's what's crazy, Don, is like I remember this match being a lot sloppier. In my mind, like I thought I did like a pretty terrible job. Like some of those games, like the shuffle game, for example, I thought we were like way further down. I don't remember it being like we didn't really feel like we were down that much that game at all. So it's just very different in my memory. I was clearly biased. And maybe my emotions at the time from being frustrated with all the drama going on that year maybe tainted my memories of it somewhat. But yeah, no, I think after looking at the films, I think I was incorrect to say that I'm not being as harsh on myself now. I think some of my trades probably still could have been better, but actually I don't think I did a super terrible job as captain maybe as I thought I did. Really interesting that, yeah, I remember this match so different. I would not have thought this to be like one of the highest level matches. I didn't remember it that way. It felt very sloppy to me for whatever reason, but looking at it now, it doesn't really feel as sloppy as I thought.
Yeah, I feel like you could have put either of these two teams against, say, your team at one Myth World Cup this year, and they would compete really well.
Yeah, totally agree. God, it almost, you look at this and it's like, why can't we get this group of players together again and just play some more matches? You know what I mean? Like, it's painful. Like why can't we recreate more of these high level games? I think another kind of sign that this was so high level is looking at that DE2 match between these two teams. You know what I mean? Like that was really close and had an epic ending.
Do you remember that match, Dantski?
Which match?
Were you in it, or were you not on their team yet?
I don't know if Don was even in there. I'm trying to remember where we had the 20-minute sudden death on Poison Holiday.
He might not have been in there.
I don't think Don was in there.
I'm gonna pull it up.
I gotta pull it up too.
So I mean, if you don't remember it immediately, then I can.
He probably wasn't there at this point. If you're not remember that series, man, that was wild.
I don't remember the series at all. I just remember that one game. That one game was just insane, and it's one of those where not having the voice chat recorded for it is just brutal.
Yeah, it's one of those games you really want to have the voice on there. Yeah,
because you lose so much in the film watching what happened. But I mean, there was consistent like, should I walk off? Should I not walk off? Should we go for the timing on it? It's like, no, keep contesting. I mean, it was.
Oh,
insane.
Dantski was there. What the
Yeah,
heck? He was
really?
there.
I'm going to look at the film now.
do you remember that game at all, Don? It's like the
That's
20,
what I'm looking at.
20-minute
Oh
sudden
my
death.
gosh, I don't know how you don't remember that game. That's crazy.
I'm trying to remember where I put the film. We'll try to do another episode covering that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just pulled it up. Yeah, Don's there. Yep.
Yeah. You don't want to make it a bonus part of this episode?
I mean, what do you guys think?
Right
I mean,
I could do game 5. I can't. Or I mean,
I thought I was
could
thinking
start
just
this series.
game.
I don't know if I. Okay, yeah, just game 5. I could do just game 5 probably. If I dip out, it's because the kids come home, but I could probably have enough time to do if
all
we
right,
get into it right
I'm
away.
down for it because it's gonna be hard to get all of us together anyway, right? Again, so
Sure. Let's hop into it.
So I'm kind of against doing it, and the only reason being that I'd like another NP person around just to get more memory of what was going on the other voice comm. Like if we can get ours back for it.
I think it's gonna be too hard to get us all together again, though, Dak. I mean,
all right, up to you.
What do you guys think, Asmo?
It's your pod and it's your content, right?
Well,
so
I mean, it's whatever.
Let's see if is Gekko around now. Can we get drag Gekko in here? Let me see if he's still around.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Let me see. I'll send him or Arzenic. Let me message him. Let me see if he's not busy more.
Great idea.
He's probably got to bed. It's past midnight for him. Okay, yeah, GKG, I owe you an apology about the Maz.
What's that?
In the planning time, I've written, this is just Maz warm-up, DE2 is meaningless.
I saw that. I saw that. We talked about that briefly before. Yeah.
No apologies needed. We even made the Raffle Mazers team because we said the same thing. We finished the finals and then loaded up a Maz game.
Yeah, 2017 was funny. Like we literally were playing Maz games instead of doing any kind of preparation before the match, even in the finals. It was funny.
I do think that stack team might be why they wanted to do the tournament committee.
Yeah.
Just you being such a lightning rod.
Yeah, there was some blowback for sure. I definitely think that was a factor. Yeah. But it's not like this 2018 is that. I mean, we're short. It's more just we're short players on this 2018 team.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah. And it's just like it didn't make the victory more epic. It just made everything so bittersweet. Like, and then looking back at these films now that it's been long enough, where like I'm no longer furious about everything that happened. It's just like fuck me. These games were so good. Why couldn't I enjoy them? I mean, other than me sucking in them, but like the games themselves were amazing.
Yeah, I'd say MP's the one team I play with outside of like GKG teams that like I regret not teaming with MP guys earlier when they're more active. I mean, I wasn't getting invites, which is why I wasn't teaming with them, but like they were actually like a really solid team to play with when
I mean,
they're all active this year.
Which year before this was the last NP team?
2011?
20...
I think it was 2011.
11, yeah.
Was that an NP or the NP with Team merger?
That was actually an NP too.
That was one of my more memorable opponents then too. Playing against them was pretty high level. So.
Yeah, because that team broke up and kind of joined the team I was playing with in 2012.
Right, that's right.
I think MP's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
MP's communication in game is just really good. Like they have good chemistry in game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
it's also kind of like an old dynasty versus new dynasty thing going on with that finals that we just watched, right? Like it was NP kind of resurrected and they were the old dynasty back in the day versus the TMNT team, which was an absolute dynasty, right, in the modern era.
I've always said I like Rabican's shot calling, and his strategies are more hit or miss for me personally, but his shot calling, I think, is the communication, like Asmo was saying. That's what they've been known for, is like their ability to coordinate and teamwork in the game is very, very high level. Yeah, And I think I'd almost venture to say that our teams, TMNT in particular, was maybe the only other dynasty to rival that type of teamwork. I mean, you could kind of throw NC in the conversation, but I'd kind of put NP over NC even in the teamwork coordination department. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I don't know. I only played with NC in 2007 and 8, so I think you played with NC more than I did.
No, it's about the similar amount of time. Yeah, it's like less than 2 years.
And we're talking about an era where no voice chat.
Yeah, no, yeah. That's true. Voice chat did change a lot. You could, and that's another thing to point out there. In 2018 here, both of these teams kind of adapted to using voice chat in the same year. And there was definitely a learning curve to that. Like, I remember it took me a while to adjust to it personally. So I assume that's true for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure Asmo would back me up, but I've been on voice chat with most of the people on this NP roster except Migraine, I think. And I mean, everyone's got a clear mic, so there's no issue with communication.
From this Mithril Cup, I mean, Zell talks, Gekko talks, Arzenic talks, Rabican actually talked to all his captain, which was surprising. But yeah, I might have to go and mute my mic.
I was gonna say the person with the unclear mic on that team was Asmo, man. Every time I heard him talking, in this last tournament, it sounded like he was underwater with like a metallic fan that needed oils blowing into it. It was really bad audio for him. It seems to have cleared up though, whatever he's done since then.
If Asmo's bailing, I'm a little more torn on if we should do this game right now. Yeah, especially because he's the only other MP guy. So, right. Asmo, if you're able to hear this still, let us know if you're coming back soon. Otherwise, I think I'm going to cancel this and try to schedule it another time, and then we could just do the whole match from that year, for the the DE2 match. But yeah, this was just as like a heads up, I guess, for the audience. This game is like, I don't know, it's kind of been talked about as maybe arguably greatest game of all time type of thing, like, right? It's like it's in the conversation for that type of
certainly
thing.
Longest. You know what I remember most.
Certainly longest, yeah.
Is exiting to the lobby and Limp in there saying the community needed a gift like this that looked epic, right? Like, after, I don't know if he watched it or if he just saw how long the sudden death was on there, but it went on forever. It was crazy.
Yeah, do we remember, were matches streamed at all back then on a delay? I can't remember.
I think there were a few people who would do it, and Paris would have done it back then. I don't know if
we don't see him in the
game.
Probably.
He might do it as a neutral observer, like as a host or something, if he was doing some neutral host thing. But from who's on that team, I don't think so. I don't think anybody on either team would have been streaming it. I really think it was just Paris who was doing it back then.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and if you don't see him as a neutral observer or whatever in the game, then he wouldn't have been able to do it.
And he wouldn't have been in the voice chat either.
So. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you'd be missing the voice chat. Asmo just dropped out of the chat. I assume he had to go, so let's cancel this then. I hope. I just hope it'll hopefully be a little bit easier maybe to get everybody together again one more time. And then we can just do the whole match, which would be nice for this as well. So we can wrap it up there for now. But yeah, just this is the DE2 match. So we'll try to find time to do this in another episode, the DE2 match between TMNT and NP, and that game was the deciding game. If NP had won that, they would have had the sudden death advantage, which means they would have won the tournament. So it kind of ended up deciding, in hindsight, the whole tournament. Asmo says he's got to go. No worries. All right, cool. Any final comments? I think we pretty much covered everything. I can't think of anything else, but does anybody else have anything before we wrap it up?
I didn't regret playing with you guys in 2018. I mean, it gave me a reason to actually kind of try and Myth again. Because, I mean, I think for the last, previous few years, I just kind of lost interest, was barely playing at all. So it was nice to come back and play on an actual organised team again.
Okay, I thought you said you did regret it. Okay, don't regret it. That's good. I was like, man, that's so harsh, to our face. Jeez. Don, I remember asking you after this tournament, like, would you join us again? And you said like something to the effect of, I don't know, maybe even like probably not. I mean, do you know what you meant back then by that, or like is it just because you're losing losing interest in Myth as a whole, or what?
I don't remember saying that, but I mean, it was a kind of, I think we were all a bit burned out at the end of this tournament just because of all the drama.
Yeah.
Even though it was a pretty good finals to play in. But yeah, I think a lot of people were still talking about you stacking teams, and I kind of didn't want to be seen as part of that to an extent.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I do tend to play with just a random group sometimes every tournament at this stage. So.
Yeah, the whole stacking teams thing. I guess since you brought it up, I will comment on that. I mean, from my perspective, I only tried to really stack like 2 years, and that would be 2017 was definitely a stack year for me. And the reason going into that was like after we actually, Asmo and I just did the episode on this for 2015. We had a really close match against Rat King's team, and after that match, Rat King kind of it boosted his ego quite a bit, gave him a lot of self-confidence as a captain, and rightfully so, not begrudging anything for that. But in 2016, I ended up trying to sub for the off-season TWS tournament, and just trying to help. I literally was just trying to help make the match competitive, because one team was short 2 players, and so I was trying to help that team, and it was against Rat King's team, and I don't know, he took it seemed pretty upset about it at the time. So
yeah, I think I was in that match on Rat's team.
Okay, so do you remember that at all?
I mean, I just remember, I think our team was we were very confident going into, I think, the finals match, because I think we'd beaten, I can't remember who was running the other team, whether it was Limp or someone else. But we went into the finals knowing we've already beaten them, and we were really confident going in. Then suddenly you turned up out of nowhere and you're like, okay, it's going to be a lot harder now.
Yeah, it was a Limp team. I remember that because it was Limp I was kind of talking with at the time. You guys still won though. I ended up playing. We played 2 matches, I think, and you guys still won. You guys ended up having a super strong roster too. And I don't know. I thought I helped the tournament, but it turned into a huge drama thing. And then after Rat King wins that, it was just kind of a little bit of okay, let me put together. Let me stack a little bit in 2017. And I always wanted Dak and I had been talking about putting together a Rothel Masters themed team for years at that point too. And so yeah, I was stacking that year for sure, to just kind of I just wanted to crush Rat King that year. And I think we did. I think it was 6-1 maybe was the final score. I could be wrong, but and then what was the other year I stacked? Let's see. Oh, 2011. With Bulls.
Yeah, the Bulls, yeah.
Bulls, yeah. That was definitely a stacky year. I mean, you have Kirk and Genghis. I mean, Genghis wasn't fully... He definitely became 5-balls that year, but prior to that year, he wouldn't have known.
Back then he was still more of an artillery, almost archer player.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as well known as he is today, or prominent.
Yeah,
but
quite similar to me back then, so...
Maybe somewhat, yeah. And but still, that was a little bit of a stacky year, sure. Otherwise, I don't know what people mean by the stack argument. 2012 was a similar iteration as Bulls, and we go you look at the team we went up against in 2012. That was a perfectly solid team, I can't help it that Ducky wasn't great with the strategies and kind of handicapped his team that year, which is similar to what he did in 2010. I can't help that. Like the team itself, like, is perfectly solid. And then in 2013, TMNT famously has a cold start. Like, we lose the first 2 QR matches. And then
I know. I was dummying one of those teams.
I didn't know that. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I was on Genghis' team that year. So
okay, and then we Genghis must not have been on the NC team because I think NC team was different. And we famously go into the bottom bracket and have to pull off. We lose the first 2 games in the bottom bracket 5-game series against NC, and have to do a reverse sweep to stay in it. So, like, you can't say we stacked that year. 2014, we famously disbanded TMNT, and I went off to do my own thing, and Asmo went off to do his own thing, and kind of, anybody looking at those teams would say his team was a little bit more stacked probably. So you can't say 2014 either. 2015, we bring TMNT back. I mean, I guess maybe you could say it's a little bit stronger. We got HMP on it that year, but HMP is not a super well-known player by that time. 2016, I didn't play. 2016, I ended up trying to organize the alternative MWC finals, right? And Asmo, I actually was, it was supposed to be a 3-game series. I stayed out of it. I was just organizing it. I wasn't even going to play in it. Asmo was capping one team. I think Tirri was capping the other. 2 solid rosters. Asmo's team loses the first match out of a 3-game match series. And because Asmo didn't want to captain it anymore, I jump in there and take the losing team that's down a match, and I have to do another reverse sweep, win the next 2 matches. So the stacking thing I really don't think is deserved. There's only 2 years I would concede stacking on. Otherwise, I'm a competitor, man. Like, I want to compete. I'm not looking for easy wins, and I don't want dirty wins. So you look at my history of going against other teams in finals matches. If they're down a player or short, whatever, they need to sub, I let them sub. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to nitpick, like Dax said, like rule lawyering or whatever to get wins. I don't need to do that. So, I don't know. In 2018, we're short a player. They had the MWC salary cap. You can't say I'm stacking that year.
If that was rated 3.0, I could not have joined your team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were like 0.2 like tolerance on our salary cap. Yeah, and then when I come back in 2022 and 2023, we lose 2022. You look at the roster. Like, I form a team that has like players like Spoon and Shadow and Funk. And like, these are not stacking. Like, you can't say I'm stacking, with that kind of roster. And then we end up losing the first year, win the next 2 years with a similar roster. So I don't know. I'm not a stacker. It's been I'll own all the bad behavior I've done in the past, but that's not one of them. Also, I want to mention the Coup Classic in 2016. There was famously like one team that was clearly weaker than all the other teams, and I stepped up to captain that one weak team, and then I took them to the finals. Ended up losing a close finals series. So yeah, the whole stacking thing is really it's whatever. I haven't been accused of it in a long time since I come back, but it's something I've always thought was kind of absurd. So I will say that I am probably looking to stack again one more time, maybe in future years. Not this year, but maybe next year. I probably will try to stack again. Just a future warning, but I will stack sometimes. Every now and then I like to do it, but I don't think I've done it any more than anybody else.
Kind of why you want the All-Star games if you can get them, just so you can do that, and no one's going to accuse you of anything.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I was famously like pushing for the All-Star. I think I organized the first one, if I'm not mistaken. I was pushing for those All-Star matches because I do like to stack. It's nice. Stacking is nice. It is. I do like it. You get these like really nice high-level matches, and when you're putting in a ton of work as captain and strategist, it's just nice to have like a rock-solid roster to execute your strategies with. It feels great, So, and like we just watched this 2018 match. Like this is for me maybe maybe the most solid MWC finals match I've seen. So which that might make a lot of people's ears bleed listening to that because it's 2018 and that's so late in the years. But I don't know. We've been covering all the years, and from looking at all the films so far, from what I've seen, that's just my perspective or opinion on it. So, yeah. When I stack again sometime, definitely would like to get to team with you again, Don, would be nice. One more year, because 2018, 1 year is not enough, I feel. So, yeah. Any other, Dak, were you trying to say anything earlier?
No, I mean, not really. Like, I just like we've said, it's a bittersweet thing to see these films after the fact. Wish we could get games like that on the regular again. That's Myth at its best, I think. Like you said, when you get a bunch of high-level people together, and then I somehow make the cut too.
And then I somehow make the cut too.
It was fun watching the blunders and everything like that. The imperfection, whatever. It was just it was frustrating to feel like we were going uphill that whole time, but it really was some fantastic Myth just looking back at it. So shout out to all of them. I think when you're talking about that All-Star tournament, it's funny how it's funny how people have problems with other players and then they get over it over the years, and people just kind of get over their previous beefs and whatnot. I thought that part of why we were doing the All-Star tournament thing is because Paris was hosting it. At least that was a big motivation I had to not play MWC that year. What year was that?
Oh, are you talking about 2016?
Yeah, I
alternative
think so.
MWC finals?
Yeah.
Which was kind of all-star-y. Yeah, it was kind of like an all-star match.
Yeah, it was basically like, pretend you guys are in the finals. We're going to be
there. That's right. That's right.
That's how it went out. And I'm sure that rubbed some people the wrong way too. But I mean, it was just like, look, put a team together, set it all up. We're not going through the official whatever. That's all nonsense bullshit. Like, there were so many rules, and I think that also may have been another reason that they kind of wanted to stick it to the TMNT team, And I get it. I get how people can roll their eyes and get frustrated with it, especially when a team keeps winning. So I understand. I understand the hate with it. It sucked, to be on one side of it, but I totally get why the community would do that, and I could see myself doing a similar thing. I'm glad that we were able to play with 7 at the very end. Asmo left, and I wanted to say this when he was still here, he is responsible for his team losing ultimately, because when we got the 7th player, everything just sort of changed, which again is sort of
I would chalk it up also though to sudden death. Like, my teams have always been just like, we kick it up another gear in sudden death, always. Like, just me as a player too. Like, I've some of my best games have been in sudden death games, and I just perform better under pressure. Not a lot of people can do that, but for me in Myth at least, I've always performed better under pressure. So
I felt like the feel of a lot of the games changed once it became 7-on-8.
Because if you look at it, when Asmo joined, I think 4 games had been played. So the shuffle game 5 was the first game he joins, right? Mm-hmm. And sure, like also Kirk ends up joining the 7v8. That just helps us a little bit too. You can't really put that on Asmo.
I'm not like putting it on Asmo, but I am saying that had he not rejoined and had the been opened up and had it remained 7-on-6, I don't know if SD winds up the same way.
Sure, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to give him a little bit of shit for it.
It's like, think of that last map that we picked, but think of that with 6 players. That gets a lot harder.
Yeah, I agree. That's for sure true. So you're saying, he's responsible for the 7v8 rather than being the 6v7.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm saying I'm just trying to give him a little bit of shit about it. But yeah, that's the theory for it. So I don't know. I just it felt bad to deal with the rules lawyering, but again, I feel like I'm broken record on it, so I want to drop it. They were good games. Man, they were good games. I wish I wish we could get all-star games like that from time to time, but I don't know. I haven't played in forever, and I don't necessarily. Oh, excuse me. I had a really bad match, in my opinion. I had fun looking at all my blunders and rolling my eyes at myself and just going, "Oh my god, what were you thinking?" So it's always fun to do that when you go back and look at films.
Yeah, but you came
But
back this year and you were as good as ever.
which is not good at all. If you ask LSO, I suicided every game, and I'm just like, that's not true. I sat out like 5 of them to let Gavin suicide. So, and I still got a trophy out of it. God, I feel like I robbed that trophy. That's crazy. Um, but yeah, it just, I don't know, man. This game is so much fun, and it's cool to be able to participate in these. It's awesome to be part of some of these epic matches and some of the great games. Like Don, go watch that Poison Holiday game, and everybody else out there, if you can find it, go watch it. I mean, you can probably do a full podcast on just that one game. It was crazy the way that it worked out. I'm shocked you don't remember being in it.
I mean, when GKG loaded up the film, and then I was like, how does this go to a long sudden death with these units? But
yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree. It's crazy.
It's got to be
crazy.
a soulless on a. It's got to be soulless on water somehow.
You're not wrong.
You're also There's a little bit of there's a little bit of extra to that.
There's a little more extra to that too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's really it was epic. So that's, and I've got a big old grin on my face just thinking back on some of these myth memories, right? Like, I don't know, they're not all going to be fun. You can't win all the time every year. Well, I guess GKG can, but
yeah,
that's kind of bullshit. But it's just the good games. Good games were good, and this was a good match against NP, and I wish I would have remembered it as such. So, I actually look back on this series a lot more fondly than I did, because, like I said, man, I stopped playing Myth for years after this happened, just because the drama just got to be way too much. It took the joy out of it, and if I'm not having fun playing a game, why am I playing it, right? Like, I'm too old to fight through that nonsense anymore, and I just don't have I don't want to call it the patience for it. It's just like, I don't know. It's some big pussy energy is what I was feeling from the TOs at that time. It reminded me of my niece, man. Like, I think JKG, I think I've told you this analogy before. So I've got a nephew and niece who are twins, and like, there's an older brother involved there too. And we were out in the street playing soccer, football, for all you Euros out there, if you're still listening.
thank you.
And and she was on my team, and we would pass her the ball, and every time she'd get the ball, we're just playing in the cul-de-sac, she would pick it up and then start talking about rules about how people weren't allowed to try to take the ball away from her in these situations unless she did this. And she would literally pick up the ball and hold it until, and the reason is because she couldn't keep up with her brothers. Like, her brothers would just go take the ball away from her, and there was nothing she could do about it, just from a physical disadvantage. So she would get the ball and then hold up the entire game and not let it go forward unless she could somehow finagle rules to give her an explicit advantage. And that's always what I think of when I think of the TO committee from 2018. I think of people who weren't able to overcome the challenge on that level, pick up the ball, hold up everything, and it's just like, God, just pass the ball. It's a fucking game in the cul-de-sac. Like, she was 4 doing this stuff, right? And that's what I kept thinking of when I saw it. So it got really old really quick for me. And it led to a whole bunch of bad feelings. So yeah, I am calling a bunch of the people who were trying to rig rules in their favor like a 4-year-old girl from that. Fucking weak shit. But the match was good, and I do wish that those teams could reform over somewhere. So, good and bad at the same time, but bittersweet, kind of, to bring it back to the beginning. Really bittersweet thinking about all this.
It's kind of crazy that the match was that good, and like you said, the toxicity of everything else surrounding it from that year drove us away from the game for multiple years,
Yeah,
even
dude,
though the match was
that
good.
should be something that drives you back to the
Yeah,
game.
exactly.
Like, that match should be like, holy shit, look at this high level myth happening in the current year or whatever, right? Like, you just go, how the fuck did that happen? And then it happened, but it left everybody so bitter afterwards. And I don't know, man. Like, this community is really suicidal a lot of the time. I know that's kind of an old meme of like, welcome to myth, get the fuck out, you know. This community really does put a gun to its own head and pull the trigger a lot of the times. I don't get it, but I've also been toxic as fuck, so I can't really pass judgment on everybody for it. And I don't mean to stand on a box and preach like that. It sucks that it played out the way it did. It sucks that the memories are sort of what they are. But it is what it is. That's all I got.
I'll just also note one more thing, kind of following up a little bit, just to really speak my piece on this once and for all, about the team stacking. I think another thing I was accused of is like being afraid to lose, and again, I put myself in so many like vulnerable, disadvantageous positions. I think that's I, I'm not. That was like the accusation, right? For example, in MWC 2020, like why I didn't come back. Oh, I was. There's a bunch of shit talk at the time about me being too scared to play because I didn't want to lose. But then, when I finally do lose in 2022, did lose, not in the finals, in the bottom bracket finals. I didn't make a big deal of it. It's whatever, and I came back the very next year. So I'm almost glad I lost that year just to show, because like people have such misconceptions, and I also want to just demonstrate like what a healthy and strong competitive attitude is, and it's not like looking for rules and these kind of little advantages outside the game. Like, just if you want to compete, just compete in the game. Don't try to compete outside the game and call it the game. It's not the game anymore at that point. So yeah, just
out of interest, GKG, before was it 2022 you're talking about, you lost in the bracket finals?
Yeah, 2022.
What was the previous Myth World Cup you'd been eliminated in?
Yeah, it had been a long time.
2009?
No, I won 2009, but 2008. Yeah, 08 was the last one. That's what I was saying. Like that was a big year. I gave Homer joined us for an episode briefly, and I gave him full props for that. And I gave him full props at the time too. I didn't get upset about it because I'm a competitor, man. Like I lost fair and square. Like that's my loss to bear. Like
yeah,
I applaud anybody who beats me. They beat me for the first time in like 13 years. So it's props on them, full props,
Yeah, and you came back next year.
And I came back next year, and I wanted to beat their ass, right? Like that's what a true competitor does, exactly. So yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to put the bow on that one, because I do want to see some stronger competitive attitudes in the community sometime. Like I do want to see that, and I feel like a lot of the people who accuse others of being scared or not or stacking or whatever, these are all just excuses and projections, I feel, from a lot of people. So anyway, yeah. I mean, the game's old. Hopefully, it can keep going. I don't know how much longer any of us will go, but we've been saying that for decades now, and we still here, right? So that's the great thing about the game. So
yeah, I remember coming to a Play Myth forum in 2003. And one of the first threads I saw was Myth is dead.
Exactly. Exactly. Ever since Bungie shut down Bungie Net, like they've been saying Myth is dead ever since then. So that was 2002 or whatever. So yeah. All right. Well, anyway, that was a really great conversation, guys. Let's leave it there, and let's try to get everybody back. I mean, it was a fun one. I hope we can do it again. Get everybody back. We can do maybe that DE2 game, and I don't know. Maybe there's another match out there somewhere. Oh, I also got like 2014, some other years. 2014, 20. Did we do 2012? I can't remember. I think we might have done 2012, but there's some other years.
There's no way you did 2012 without me.
Did you want to join for that? I didn't even think to ask.
Where you calling from, bro?
That was probably one of the most memorable years for me. So
okay, so I can't remember. Let me try to look it up real quick. Did I do 2012 already? No, I guess I didn't. I could have sworn I did, but wow. Okay, yeah. So yeah, great, Don. If I didn't know how many of these you wanted to do, but it sounds like you're down, so I will hit you up on every single one I can. So, yeah. We'll leave it there. Thanks everybody for joining us. Until next time, take care.